أهلا وسهلا بكم ضيوفنا الكرام ومشاهدينا الأعزاء عبر البث المباشر في كل المنصات. نرحب بكم في أعمال اليوم الثاني لمنتدى الأفلام السعودي في نسخته الثانية، والذي انطلق بالأمس برعاية وتشريف صاحب السمو الأمير بدر بن عبد الله بن فرحان آل سعود وزير الثقافة ورئيس مجلس إدارة هيئة الأفلام، حيث شهد اليوم الأول عدداً من الجلسات الحوارية التي سلطت الضوء على أبرز التحديات التي تواجه القطاع والفرص الممكنة لاستدامة الصناعة ونموها. واليوم نبدأ أعمال اليوم الثاني بالجلسة الأولى بعنوان تأثير ثورة الذكاء الاصطناعي والتكنولوجيا على صناعة الأفلام، حيث ستتناول هذه الجلسة التأثير التحولي للذكاء الاصطناعي وغيره من التقدم التكنولوجي على عملية صناعة الأفلام، حيث سيكون الحديث حول التطبيقات المختلفة للذكاء الاصطناعي على مراحل الإنتاج وكيف تعزز هذه التقنيات الإبداع والكفاءة. وأيضاً ستتناول الجلسة أيضاً عدداً من التحديات الأخلاقية والعملية لدمج الذكاء الاصطناعي في صناعة الأفلام وتوقع الاتجاهات المستقبلية في هذا المجال سريع التطور. ضيوف هذه الجلسة السيد مايكل ويلسفن والسيد كواين فانغ والسيدة كارولين باروت، يحاورهم السيد لوين فرود، فليتفضل مشكورا.
Hello, good afternoon everyone. Welcome to day 2 of Saudi Film Confex. It's fantastic to be here, and congratulations to the Saudi Film Commission and their partners on putting on this fantastic event that really reflects the dynamism and the potential of the fast-moving Saudi film market. My name is Leon Ford. I'm managing director of a consultancy firm called Olsberg SBI. And for over 30 years, we've worked with governments and large and independent private entities globally on helping them expand and drive the film sector. We're here today to talk about artificial intelligence, AI, and other developing tech, and I'll let our esteemed panelists introduce themselves in a moment. I mean, it's a lot to cover in the time we have, as everyone will be aware, but we'll do our best. And you know, as everybody knows, AI is very rapidly changing our world and changing all industries across the economy, including screen sector, with real changes right across the value chain, from pre-production, development, right up to production, post-production, distribution, marketing, exhibition, even film archiving, and the restoration of film is dealing with what AI means. And we're very much at the start of this journey. There's still a lot to happen and a lot of road to cover, but I think what's very clear is that we have a lot happening on private company level as companies try and figure out what the opportunities are for them, and also governments try and figure out what the future of policy and the future of legislation looks like. We've seen in the European Union this summer the first major piece of AI legislation introduced, and also in film sector terms, we're seeing changes in policy and legislation. Obviously, Saudi has a key role as well in the future of this, both in terms of the creativity and the fast-moving potential that exists in the kingdom, and also with the investments and some of the investments that were announced earlier this year. So that's a bit of context. I'm gonna turn to our esteemed panelists, and we're very lucky to have such global experts to help unpack and provide us some insight into what all of this means. So what I'd like to do is ask them individually to introduce themselves to us, tell us a bit about their business, and maybe say a few words on how AI is being used in your business. You know, what kind of benefits are you already seeing? What kind of workflow changes? But Caroline, if we could start with you, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon, all. I'm the CEO of Technicolor. Technicolor is a very old company working for the film, and now today we are a leader in the visual effects. We are running visual effects all across the world for large clients, medium clients, small clients, in the film, in the animation, in the advertising, digital advertising, and in the gaming. Visual effects is what is computer-generated images, so it is very close to what is AI. So I'm quite keen to look at AI transformation as the next generation of what is computer-generated images. And we are doing our works visual effects with more than 6,000 people all across the world. In a few minutes, my views on AI, it's a very optimistic view for us, because with AI, we will be able to accelerate some creative works for our people, because AI will support the low added value tasks differently, which will help our people, our creative artists, looking at the tools and the system to be better involved in the creative and the creativity. So we will discuss the challenges, but for us, AI is an opportunity to go beyond and to put the artist even more at the heart of the production, knowing that visual effects is not post-production. Visual effect is all the part of the production of a movie, and can represent, as of today, nearly 30 to 40% of a budget. So the importance of AI will be critical to enhance the creativity of people going forward.
Thank you, Caroline, and it would be great to come back to that question of human creativity, but Qian, you're going to speak in Mandarin, so there's a translation for everyone, but please, if you could introduce yourself.
我是来自中国的一个制片人，那么很荣幸来到这个现场和大家分享一下 AI 在中国电影这一块的运用。那么 AI 在中国呢，现在大量的被运用在了那个剧本，运用在了制片管理，以及在那个市场这一块上大量的运用了 AI。那么我相信在将来这个 AI 这一块的运用会越来越多、越来越广泛的运用于那个电影创作以及电影的发行等等这个端口。
Thank you, Qian.
Hello, yes, I'm Michael Wolfson. I am the COO and co-founder of a business called Untold Studios. I started my life as an accountant and mathematician, mainly working in media companies, and then spent a large part of my career in private equity. Having run other people's businesses for a while, I decided 6 years ago with some people I'd worked with before to try and have our go at running our own business. So we set up Untold, and the idea around Untold is we're a creative studio arranged around 3 verticals. One of the verticals is origination, where we come up with our own ideas. The second vertical is production, where we produce, film our ideas or other people's ideas. We particularly do a lot of music videos. And then the last area, similar to Caroline, is in visual effects, where we do visual effects for advertising and also film and television. When we set up Untold, we had the idea that sport, music, fashion, entertainment were coming together like never before. And that has been borne out by shows such as The Last Dance or Beckham, which was one of the top 4 shows on Netflix in the last year, and was really borne out by how well those shows have done. So we do use AI in our business. We'll talk about some of the areas in a little bit more detail, but I always think AI is fantastic at enabling us to inspire, iterate and accelerate ideas. Some of the recent adverts we did, one was having a walrus on a speedboat for Virgin Media. Of course, walruses don't normally go on speedboats, and so we could very quickly generate images in AI to help our conversations with both the brand and the advertising agency about the size of the boat, the size of the walrus, what it would look like. And it was absolutely fantastic in accelerating the speed from idea to getting it onto the television. Another commercial we're doing at the moment is for the Super Bowl and is going to be a well-known Hollywood actor. I should add, not Will Smith, but will be a different Hollywood actor on a bird of prey. Of course, actors don't normally go on birds of prey, and so in helping to build the rig that the actor will be filmed on, we've been able to very quickly work out the size of the bird, where the actor's legs should go, and so has accelerated the production process and will actually mean we need the actor for fewer days because we know exactly what the rig should look like and where he should be. So I see AI as being a great tool to accelerate, inspire the creative community.
Thank you, Michael. And I think it would be great to pick up on some of the points that you're making around the pre-production process, because I think what a lot of commentators are saying is that this is where some of the productivity gains are going to be found for the industry and some of the cost savings. And Michael, you mentioned sort of ideating potential ideas or potential looks. And I just wondered, in your own work, you know, starting with that pre-production process, what kinds of benefits you're seeing from AI, and you know, how can filmmakers learn from some of those processes?
Very shortly, we are already using AI tools which are embedded in our ecosystem thanks to our vendors in the softwares. And as mentioned by Michael, the efficiency is coming with speed. In the pre-production, you can very quickly, with smart IDs, pre-visualize your content, so you gain a lot of times to help the creative people to design and to test what could be the flavor of their movie later on. So AI, with the speed, is changing the way our artists are able to be even more creative at the beginning, change their mind, and bring authenticity, bring a new flavor going forward. So this is really where we think that the efficiency is important. It's not only a cost, it's also a question to support the producer, the IP people, to design new creation differently. So we are doing that actually as we speak, because it is already embedded in our pipeline.
And it sounds from what you're saying that those developments aren't replacing the sort of central creativity of producers, writers, directors. It's kind of fitting around that. Would that be fair?
Yeah, it's really creative ideas that could be populated differently. So you can go faster, you can bring all the teams together, and then you are proposing something which could be validated. In the old way of doing those processes, you were having the proposition, and then before you have the final go, many steps and so on. Here you are learning how to go fast, and you can propose, you can change, you can manage totally differently. So the full ecosystem is getting for more speed, so you can even produce more, and you can even accelerate what you are going to do for the go-to-market. It's true for the film, but as mentioned by Michael, it's true for the advertising. We are also testing exactly the same for the Super Bowl, and we can create for new creative ideas very quickly, and we can change our mind with our clients now.
Right. So cost savings as well, yeah.
Yeah, but not only. Efficiency in the creative artworks.
Yeah.
Cost savings will be offset by the cost of AI, which is quite expensive for it as we speak. But more importantly for our clients, it's really to be relevant in what he wants to achieve by touching his end customers. The relevancy of what we are doing is improving a lot.
Thank you. And Qian, I wonder if you're seeing similar things from your perspective in China, that it's helping you create efficiencies around the creative process.
因为刚才我自我介绍了， 我是一个制片人。那么我们在电影创作的过程当中呢，经常用 AI 来做一些前期的那个分析。比如说我们在电影的角色的选择上面，我们当角色来试镜的时候，我们会把他的一些试镜的镜头放入到 AI 系统当中去进行分析，它是否适合这个剧本，是否适合这个电影。比如说我们制片人每个月都会收到好几个剧本，那哪些剧本是适合这个市场的，哪些剧本是不适合这些市场的，我们也经常用 AI 的大数据进行来分析。甚至我们经常会利用 AI 的大数据来评判这个剧本做成电影以后在市场上面的一些反馈。那么最后呢，还有呢，我们经常在创新上面用的呢，就是我们在制片的管理过程当中充分的运用了那个 AI 数据比如说我们的财务管理，比如说我们的制片档期管理，比如说我们的制片的那个程序比如说这个场地这个位置我们拍多少个镜头是最合理的，等等等等所以说 AI 现在在电影的制作过程当中，我们现在有很多运用的场景，有很多运用的地方那么这一块呢，现在正在蓬勃的发展。我相信这个创新永远不会停下来，还会有更多新的运用的场景。谢谢。
Thank you. Thank you so much. And I should mention at the start there will be some Q&A time, so do please think of any questions you'd like to ask our panelists. I mean, one question that occurs to me thinking about your points there is education, and we talked about this earlier, but you know, some of these tools are being developed as they're invented. You know, they require, in some cases, very different skill sets from what might be traditionally used in that role or that part of a film crew or wherever we might be looking. I just wondered, you know, how are people in your companies learning these tools, and what are you seeing in the broader sort of film and TV education landscape? Is it keeping up with these tools?
Maybe I'll start, but in CGI visual effects, it was very specific early to be trained. So to develop our visual effects people, we have created our academies coming from people from the university, but then upskilling them with long programs to be sure that they are going to be able to create those visual effects from an artistry standpoint, but also from a computer-generated standpoint. AI being the next generation, we need to have two kinds of new upskilling, starting to understand what is doing AI, machine learning, data points that we need to use, and how to use the output better. So those trainings are coming into the next generation. Obviously, we at Technicolor, we are able to train currently as we speak 2,000 to 3,000 people per year, even 4,000 depending on the years, and we are changing our curriculum to be sure that we are integrating for them basics of what is machine learning. It's going very fast, and to progressively skill them. That's fair to say that some people which are on the old training will deserve much more intensity in how to think differently about that, but we do believe that it is all about training on reality. If you train those people on your real production or on the kind of productions, then you will see how it is improving, because we need to understand what we can do with our clients. The training should be also what it is about, because today AI is new for everyone. So we need to have also the ethical training, what it is to be done, the technical training, and then what they can do later on. So we are starting, it is already embedded in our curriculum, and I'm sure that if we come in 2 years, the curriculum will be dramatically different from what we are seeing today. But education, training, upskilling will be key and critical in the next years.
Yeah, absolutely. Michael, did you want to come in on that as well?
Yes, I mean, at the start we talked about some of the ways in which the work was accelerating, and obviously the acceleration of that work is displacing jobs from people who would have initially created some of the previouses. But I should say, I see AI being about job displacement and not about job replacement. We're hiring a lot more technical people, a lot more engineers, but particularly the very interesting skill that artists in the future are going to need to have, and particularly applies for any new artists training, is not just being able to create beautiful images with your hands using computer techniques, but it's also being able to describe it. And it's a particular role called prompt engineers who know how the AI machines work and are able to prompt the AI programs to create the images that you need to be seen. We did a test recently where we generated one image from an AI system, and we gave 100 people in our company 30 minutes to recreate the same image using prompts, and it was impossible to do it. And I think that just shows the level of sophistication and understanding that people need for using the text-based prompts. I also think it does show as well that it's a long way away from AI actually replacing humans. AI will be a complement for people, but there is nothing that can really take the role of an individual making pixel-perfect images. So I think there will be a displacement of where people are working, but not a replacement.
And I think that takes us to what is a very key core concern for many about AI, and where a lot of the dialogue has been focused on, which is about the jobs and the fundamental sort of creativity that everybody values so much about the screen sector. And it's interesting to hear you say that it's about displacement rather than replacement. And I wondered if you had any thoughts on the importance of creativity. We talked a bit about producers, directors, and there's a very interesting study by the CNC in France, the national film body there, looking at lots of different roles and how they might be changed by AI. And that concluded that the fundamental creative roles of a director really are unchanged. But what are your thoughts about the creative roles and how they might develop, or whether they'll be challenged, or whether they'll continue as they have for many years?
It will change because the speed of what we are doing is changing. So the low added value tasks will disappear. So first, the same people with new trainings will have more time to develop their creativity even beyond. If you look at Francis Ford Coppola with the last movie he released, he was having this movie 40 years ago in his mind. It came live this year because the new technology helped him to make it live. So we don't know what we don't know. With more time, with different kind of technology, the next creativity, which will be human-based but automated and accelerated, will help us to go beyond. So for us, and I think that it will be a new era. There will be still producing, and we need still to produce content which are going to touch emotionally people, because our customers are the people. So we will have to create things which are really authentic and giving storytelling. But we will go beyond, and human imagination will be able to go to that direction. So for me, jobs title won't change this directly, but the content of what we are going to deliver will be beyond, and we will have to discover what we will have to discover. And that's the interesting part. So there will be support of AI and human imagination to go at the new frontier, which will be 3D, hologram, small screen, more personalized content. You will be able to touch everybody with AI, but individually. So it's quite amazing, the possibilities. Now, we are entering in this landscape. We need to go step by step, because we need also to be really funding those new models.
That's understood. So there's a lot of change coming, and the nature of creativity might change, but you think that fundamental human creativity is still going to be needed to drive all of that.
Exactly. And you will need artists, and you will need very strong technologist people running the platform. It will be people in front, tech platform behind, so you will have a strong vision between those two groups of people working totally connected. So the interaction will be different, but globally we are going to do storytelling with images.
Yeah, thank you. And Michael, with your point about prompt engineering, it sounds like you feel there's additional creative tools being given to people to work with and take forward. Is that?
Yes, I mean, I think people are going to have much better tools to work with. But I think the other thing is the understanding the premise of how AI works. AI captures everything that has been created by humankind so far and analyzes it and uses it to predict, to generate new information. But it is based on past information. So that means content that previously existed with historical stereotypes, with biases, with misrepresentation, still exist and are being brought into AI models. So human creativity is needed to keep populating the internet with new images to analyse. And I also think machines wouldn't have predicted, for example, the success of Deadpool and Wolverine, which was the highest ever grossing R-rated film. It also wouldn't have predicted that Joker 2, based on Joker 1, would be such a disaster. So in all of this, human individuality and creativity will triumph and will be needed to continue to help AI machines predict more and generate more information.
Yeah, it's a key point and relevant for Saudi Arabia, of course, because if it doesn't have the same basis of film and TV history, in the way that some countries do, although obviously Saudi does have a history of film and TV, what can those models be drawing on? I wondered in China whether you're seeing, a similar picture in terms of creativity and whether you feel that will still be as important as it is now going forward as these new tools come on stream.
人工智能，我们都知道，人工智能是一个非常理性的一个工具，它缺少感情的一个内容在里面。所以说，我们在 AI 的开发的过程当中，就充分的发挥它那个理性特长这一点。那么比较多的运用，比如说我们在电影的制作过程当中，我们在摄影棚里完成角色的拍摄以后。 那它的场景，我们可以充分的利用 AI 来做，这个就是现在目前在中国在那个电影制作过程当中，在大量被运用的一种方式。这种方式可以大量的节约外景拍摄的成本，那么像这一块，它因为没有任何的感情因素在里面，是非常客观的、非常理性的，需要大数据来完成的。 一个制作，比如说我中国的团队一个演员他要拍在利雅得的一个生活，但是他人不用来利雅得，他的外景团队也不需要来利雅得只需要在 AI 当中去生成利雅得的场景，比如说阿罗拉的那个场景，比如说我在利雅得的一个酒店比如说我在利雅得的某一个景点都能通过 AI 大数据来生成这样的场景。那么这个呢是目前 中国在电影制片过程当中，在 AI 的运用当中，目前是大量在运用这一些那目前来说呢，中国的场景现在在 AI 数据库里已经几乎都有了。那么境外的、中国以外的一些数据库，现在还在建设的过程当中我希望我们包括我们沙特在内的、利雅得在内的一些场景，能够尽快的运用到 AI 生成的 那个电影实拍镜头当中，我想这就是一个节约成本、节约时间，一个发展方向。谢谢。
Great, thank you. And we've talked a bit about jobs and what you might call ethical considerations. I'm interested in also asking about practical considerations. And as we move towards move into this new world that we're moving into. From your view in your companies, what are some of the practical challenges, both for yourselves, but also for others in the industry as well?
If I may, for us, one of the most difficult topics for the time being is the IP. We have discussed of database which are collecting lots of data. And when we are creating new assets, a new character, a new persona, we need to understand who is owning the IP. And if this new character is only managed thanks to data of others, at the end of the day, who is owning these new things? And as of today, legislations are still a little bit vague everywhere in the world because it is brand new for everyone. Initially, IP was already a difficult concept for creative people. Who is owning what? Do you change something in the face of one personage and it is becoming another guy? Or is it the same guy with just some changes? And who is owning that? So as of today, the biggest challenge is that we don't know who finally will own and control those and stories and IPs. And because IP is a way to do business, because with your IP, you will be able to sell and to pay the right and to transpose that in your merchandising and whatever. If you don't understand how the new IP will be controlled, how the right will be shared, it will be extremely risky. So we are all trying to discuss together on how to move on the regulation, but it is not only brand new for the creative people, it is brand new for everybody. So this is something that every continent is starting to regulate, but we are at the beginning of what could happen because it is quite sensitive, quite difficult, and culturally we don't have the same rationale if we are in Europe, in Asia, or in the US. So in addition to that, how you are going to discuss that all together. That's, for me, the biggest challenge ahead of us.
I mean, I think one of the other challenges are, if we think about what one of the most valuable companies of the world is NVIDIA. Why is NVIDIA so valuable? Because they're selling the chips that AI machines need to run on. That means it is actually very expensive to generate some of these images that are being used. And then also with running computers and running supercomputers is the absolute cost of power, which is increasingly becoming a scarce resource. It's why some of the largest tech companies in the world are actually investing in alternative sources of power at the moment. But saying that, the cost is huge. We've talked about some of the benefits, but it's a little bit hard to see what are the savings that will actually pay for the cost of AI. I think AI will have a much more greater prevalence in something like healthcare, where there are a high volume of people needing healthcare, often in going to see your doctor as a first port of call. There aren't that many doctors, and I think this is a high volume process that governments will spend a lot of money on to start to provide artificial intelligence ways of first triaging and screening patients. And there, I think there is a much easier payback. And so as I think AI is forced to think more economically about how it's going to make money, I think healthcare will become a greater source of AI. I also think that clearly copyright is a huge issue at the moment. I do think there are some parallels with the music industry 10, 15 years ago when Spotify started and people started streaming music and concerns about the rights and how music was going to be streamed. And in the end, Spotify has ended up doing a deal with all of the large record labels. The smaller producers of music have been squeezed. But I suspect what will happen in the end with AI and the use of images will be a deal will be done with the large studios for their rights, which will therefore populate and repopulate the artificial intelligence machines with images which have now been cleared.
Yeah, and that's a fascinating developing area that we could spend an hour on as well, and we've seen already some studios making deals with AI companies, I mean Lionsgate and Runway being one, to develop a proprietary tool to use their catalogue to inform future business. And Caroline, it's a really good point about the risk space we seem to be in at the moment, where the regulatory copyright IP policies haven't been developed and implemented, and in the meantime the industry is trying to use these tools and as we said at the start, it's still a very early space, and there still seems to be some risk for investors.
That's where innovation everywhere is fantastic, because you are at a particular moment that you know the risk, you know the opportunity. We are all relying on some business model, and we need to switch on the new one. And you know that yes, you have to manage risk and opportunities. Here, AI is brand new for everyone. It is not as if AI was just hurting our industry. It is across the board. So even the regulation won't come from our industry. The regulation will come from a general concern about AI. So it's a very fantastic moment, because we see the opportunity, but we will have to daily manage how this is evolving with not only our industry, which is on the front end of this discussion, but all the guys which are on the rest of the industry. So we will have to have an ecosystem to be able to build something fantastic, but to be built.
Thank you. I'm going to move to audience questions, but before I do, just to ask about your perspective in China on the issues around practicality of AI, and Michael's talked about the cost of energy, and we've talked about the copyright and the sort of regulatory risk, if you like. What's your view on those areas from your perspective?
AI 啊，它我前面已经说过，它是一个非常理性的一个工具，但是呢，在现在很多电影创作的过程当中啊，有很多错误的运用啊，比如说将 AI 直接来创作剧本，将 AI 直接来创作电影的样片啊，做一些片花啊，这些其实我感觉啊是错误的一条道路。我认为啊，就是说一些有价值观的、一些有思想的、一些有精神的东西啊 ，AI 创作是不合适的。我们很多人员应该在这个上面不要去走这一条歧途，而是要把 AI 作为一种理性的支持。啊，我们在电影的创作过程当中，我们有很多的想法，它是一些感性的，它是带有精神价值的一些东西，而这些东西 AI 是没有的。所以我想说啊，除了法律层面以外，我们 AI 的那些工程师也好，我们 AI 的从业人员也好，不要花费比较多的时间去在那一块上去挑战。我感觉这条路是今后也不可能走通，因为目前来说这一块是没有一个前景的。我想说的就是这个。
Thank you so much. So we'd like to move to any questions you might have from the audience. Hopefully there's a mic roving, so please wait for that to come to you. I think it's over here somewhere. But yes, in the front.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Paco Torre. I'm here, sorry. I'm director producer from Belén Studio, Spain. I have one question. We might end into two answers what I'm looking for. I can imagine ourselves, everyone, because I am a creator of AI as well. I'm using it for the last year and a half. I do commercials, I do film, I'm using it. But imagine with the quantum computing in less than 5 years, they're saying. So with this technology, I can imagine being at home, everyone, 9 o'clock, you're going to go to bed, and you ask one of the streamers, Netflix, Apple, Amazon, oh, can you do a 30-minute documentary of what I like, on the time that I like, and please give it to me in 5 minutes, which I have only half an hour to watch it. And this will happen. When this happens, obviously the media sector could be in danger, because that's true. I mean, we're trying in Europe to block legally that this doesn't happen. I mean, the streamers want us to sign now for every project the full IP, and they will control the IP, and they will be able to obviously offer this in the future. So for me, that's a concern. So my question will be, do you think this scenario could happen? And if it happens, how is going to be the competitive, for example, in China, they're more open, I think, to have the IP and to control that data that Feng Qian has said. But in other places like in Europe, for example, no. We are blocking, so we're going to be probably less competitive looking at that scenario in the future. How do you see this?
Thank you. Yeah. So the AI editing, I guess, of content to fit consumer lifestyles. I mean, firstly, have you seen evidence of this yet? And yeah, what do you think?
So there's different answers here. First, as of today, it's not AI driven, but you have already self-content which is populated everywhere through whatever social media, YouTube, and so on. So you have also already a revolution in the way the content is produced, which is with the personalized one for a few bunch of people. And probably AI on that will come as well and won't change the fact that it will be totally localized. So AI will help to further localize. Now, on the more global TV producers and streamers, you have to bear in mind that since more than 100 years, we are all working in the industry which are doing storytellings and emotion. So the question is, do you want to address a large audience and have a collective view, or do you want to be individualized at the individual level? We do believe that both will happen. So one will not exclude the others. There will be an increased level of content, as we are facing since years, but the channel of distribution will be different. How the IP will be protected, here yet to be discovered, because who will have access to the data to make those data processing is still under discovery. But I do believe personally that the multiplication of the channels will help to have further content. It won't change the need to have creative storytelling for everyone. So for me, it is just both in parallel, but perhaps other views on my side.
I mean, I think at the moment we live in a world already where there is an infinite amount of content on TikTok, on YouTube, on other platforms for people to watch. I don't think the quality of self-generated or self-populated content is a long, long way away. And I think to Caroline's point, the world will always cry out for brilliant ideas, brilliantly told and brilliantly made. And it is ages away from computers being able to replicate human individuality. I also think there is a shared experience of people watching together. Something that you self-generate will not be something that anybody else self-generates. And programs like Yellowstone, The Boys, Stranger Things, there'll still be a shared watching, shared enjoyment, shared discussion of those shows when it comes out. So yes, we will get better at producing self-made content and self-populated content, but I believe it will always be a tool. I think it's probably similar to, 15, 20 years ago when countries such as India started rotoscoping, and there was the view, is this going to take away all of the jobs from more expensive countries? And the reality is it didn't, and there was more and more content being made, more and more content being produced. It stepped back a little bit last year with the writers' strikes and actors' strikes, but I think next year will be a bumper year for content production as well.
Great, thank you. Would you like to come in there, Mr. Chen?
这个 AI 啊，在运用当中，我其实可以总结这么几点。第一个呢，大数据的分析。大数据的分析是 AI 运用的一个最基础的一个方面。第二个呢，就是大数据的制作，在我们电影也好，在其他行业也好，通过大数据的数据来制作一些模型、场景等等，这个方面呢是一个非常有支撑的，或者说可以非常高效、节约的去做一些事情。第三个呢 ，AI 其实可以起到一个我们人类辅助的一个作用，就生存生活的一个辅助作用，就是可以告诉我们未来我们可以做些什么，什么是可以我们去探讨的。我感觉这些就是一个 AI 未来发展的一个趋势和我的一个个人的一个观点吧。谢谢。
Thank you. I think we probably have time for one or two more. There's actually quite a lot of questions, which is always good. I don't know where the microphone is. It's over here. Should we maybe go in the center here? If that's okay. Thanks. And if you could make your question quick, we can try and get around it.
Hi, my name is Firas and I'm an independent writer-director. I'm asking you for very practical advice on how to start on AI, like very practical. Should I start with prompts? Should I, and what are certified courses can I take that is available online if I go and purchase a subscription for 1 year? Is there any way I can find that?
Yeah, it's a great question. I mean, where do we begin if we're, if we're looking to learn more, looking to understand more, and I include myself in this, where would you recommend?
So I would say the best way is come up with an image, pick an image at random through a book, and then try and prompt the computer to recreate that image. And then play around with the words, play around with the text, play around with the look of the image. There are no courses that I am aware of at the moment, and different engines are driven by different commands, so there hasn't been a standardization. But I think the big skill is learning to describe what you might film, what you might draw, what you might animate. And it's being able to vocalize what you want rather than just see it is the way in which the market and the jobs are going to be displaced. So the greater your ability to describe rather than just film will be a key differentiator in the future.
Yeah, I totally agree. It is how you describe and visualize what you want to say. So obviously to create an artist, you can have an artist review, but you need also to train yourself on how to describe and make the visualization of what you want to happen. So there's no real training, they're practicing. So start with the basics, and then depending on the story, come within our companies, because we are helping also, but it is long training by managing and producing. It is not really only training, it's how to do it.
And would you agree? Would you start that way?
我认为，如果你是一个电影工作者的话，如果你要运用 AI 来创作，那么我感觉剧本分析是第一步，就是你有的剧本或者你写一个故事，通过 AI 来分析它是不是适合做成电影，是不是适合这个市场。因为我们知道每一部电影它有不同的定位，它的年龄层、它的市场定位以及它的一个价值的定位。那么我们可以从 AI 起步，就是来分析剧本。我感觉这是一个开始这是第一步。谢谢。
Thank you. Okay, if we could go with someone maybe further back, just here, please. Yeah.
Hi. This is Vivek here from Movieverse Studios, India. We have seen, and you've touched upon it, about how AI is still further away from actually generating scripts and stories, but we're seeing a different thing happen in music. Do you think AI-generated music or soundtracks would replace human composers? And do you see that happening in the creative space of storytelling and writing? Because I believe that AI is also being taught to hallucinate. So this whole concept of recreating an imaginative process is happening. Do you see that affecting creative people, especially in the space of music and storytelling?
For the time being, AI is machine learning, so they are generating only what has been digested before. So they are using the past data to create something which is so-called new, but it is not new because it is coming from the collection of data. So the human imagination, I do believe, will not be replaced. That you will have less low-end producer, that the music you have in the streets, that a portion of the content which was used to be done by people could be replicated because it will be a standard music or a standard image wherever in the street, in the hotel lobby and so on. could be that you will have less people doing that. But the real imagination, you cannot imagine Beethoven creating from the past. It was in his mind. So if you don't have this imagination, you don't create something new. You will be an aggregation of the past. So we do believe the human being will continue heavily to be in this creative, but some part of the businesses, which was the low end, will probably disappear. Totally agree on, and it will be at cheap cost, but the imagination, the human creativity is here.
Yes, I think at the lower end of the market, where you might consider elevator music, music in shops, I think in a way that music is more commoditized to royalty-free music will continue to be artificially generated. You know, one of the issues we touched on, the legal issues around where that is being generated from, still needs to be resolved. But I think at the high end of the spectrum, exactly in the way we talked about the high end of TV production and films, people are going to want to, they're musicians, people are going to want to be able to identify with artists in the same way Taylor Swift sold a huge number of tickets, Coldplay are selling huge numbers of tickets. The live experience of seeing real musicians, I think, is going to be with us forever.
如果你要让 AI 生成一张你喜欢的图片，那最有效的方式就是把你过往你喜欢的图片，以及你希望有的那个图片，大量的输入到 AI 系统当中去培训它。经过一段时间的培训以后 ，AI 掌握了你的兴趣爱好以后，它会生成你喜欢的图片。这个就是 AI 的一种特性。谢谢。
Thank you. Well, I'm afraid that's all we have time for. I mean, we could go on for most of this afternoon on this topic, which shows, how exciting it is and how much more we have to learn and how much more there is to happen in AI. But I'd just like to thank our esteemed panelists for your time and your expertise, and thank you for being here. Thank you.
Thank you.
مرحبا. والآن مع الجلسة الثانية بعنوان لماذا تحتاج الصناعة السينمائية لأرشيفات الأفلام؟ ستناقش هذه الجلسة أهمية أرشيفات الأفلام في الحفاظ على التراث السينمائي وتوفير المواد لصناع الأفلام والباحثين، حيث سيتم استعراض دور أرشيفات الأفلام في الحفاظ على التراث السينمائي وكيف يمكن أن تكون موارد قيمة لصناع الأفلام والباحثين، بالإضافة إلى التحديات التي تواجه أرشيفات الأفلام ومستقبلها. ضيوف هذه الجلسة الأستاذ حسن السيد والأستاذة كارولين كارويل والأستاذ عبد الله العبد الله. يدير هذه الجلسة الإعلامي سامي جميل.
أهلا وسهلا بكم وأسعد الله مساءكم بكل خير. تستمر فعاليات هذا المنتدى الذي يسلط عليه الضوء اليوم في المملكة العربية السعودية وأنظار العالم حقيقة نحو هذا المكان لكل هذه الفعاليات الموجودة في منتدى الأفلام السعودي 2024 وهذه الجلسات الحوارية الغنية بكثير من المعلومات. أرحب بضيوفي في هذه الجلسة الأستاذ حسن السيد المدير العام لشركة ماستر ميديا، والأستاذة كارولين كوريل المدير المساعد لأركايف تي في، والأستاذ عبد الله العبد الله مدير عام الأرشيف الوطني للأفلام في الهيئة السعودية للأفلام. أهلا وسهلا بكم، حياكم الله. لدينا العديد من المحاور في هذه الجلسة. نبدأ معك أستاذ عبد الله. اليوم لماذا تحتاج الصناعة السينمائية لحفظ ما يتم إنتاجه من أعمال سينمائية؟
مساء الخير جميعا، حياك الله سامي، وسعيد بوجودي على هالمنصة مع من يشاركني هم الأرشفة الفيلمية من زملاء المهنة. يمكن نحاول نجيب على السؤال ببداية أو بإجابة عملية بداية متعلقة بالصناعة نفسها، الصناعة اليوم. فصانع الفيلم سواء كان يعمل على الفيلم الروائي أو الفيلم الوثائقي بحاجة لأرشيفات الأفلام لأنها توجد له نقطة مرجعية. بالنسبة للفيلم الروائي هي توجد له نقطة مرجعية تتعلق باللهجة، تتعلق بالزي، تتعلق بحقائق في السيناريو اللي قاعد يعمل عليه. إذا احنا نتكلم عن فيلم سنة 1940 أنا أحتاج النقاط المرجعية هذه. ونفس الشيء وبشكل أوضح وأدق في الفيلم الوثائقي. فأنت تجد الفيلم الوثائقي يعمل على أو يستخدم مواد مرخصة من أرشيفات الأفلام، وهذا صدقا يعني اللي نسعى لإيجاده في المنطقة إن شاء الله يعني قريبا. الجزئية الأخرى وباختصار أنه لا تضيع السينما، لا تضيع الإرث السينمائي، لا يضيع. وأضرب مثالين. إلى اليوم احنا عندنا أسئلة تتعلق بفيلم تأنيب الضمير للمخرج سعد الفريح رحمة الله عليه. رواد صناعة السينما الخليجية أفلامهم محفوظة خارج الدول العربية عموما. الله يرحمه خالد صديق فيلم بس يا بحر ما يزال محفوظ في كوداك في لندن. أعتقد هالنقاط توضح ليش احنا بحاجة في المنطقة لتأسيس هذه الجزء من الصناعة السينمائية.
سيدة كارولين، اليوم نتحدث عن أهمية الأرشفة للمواد السمعية وللمواد البصرية. اليوم أهمية كبرى في هذا المجال، وهي عملية يراها المتخصصون في مجال الأرشفة وأيضا غير المتخصصين عملية معقدة، خاصة أنه فيها كثير من التفاصيل. هناك صيغ تتطلب أنظمة مختلفة للتعامل مع الأرشفة. على ماذا تشتمل هذه العملية من مراحل؟
Okay, so first I would like to thank you very much, Mr. Abdullah Al-Abdullah, for having us here and giving us the opportunity to raise the importance of film archive. Indeed, film archiving is a complex process, and the more you wait to deal with it, the more complicated it gets. So the sooner film producer and filmmaker look after preservation, the better it is. When it comes to old movie, meaning analog movie shot in films, 16mm or 35mm, strangely enough, these formats are very solid. So if we take the problematic soon enough, 16mm and 35mm, for example, are very good for very long-term preservation. Sufficient you store them properly with humidity control and temperature control. Of course, you avoid mechanical disaster on these films. You can maintain them for very long. Example, the cinema was born beginning of the century, and we still are able to screen some of them, nitrate films, but also others. So let's say that I think that probably the difficulty for preserving films comes from the fact that people don't take care of that soon enough. We're losing track of information, we're losing track of material, and then it's getting more complicated. In the digital world, it is already very, very complicated. Preserving digital cinema, it's a lot of file, and it should be anticipated as quick as possible.
جميل. أستاذ حسن، يعني اليوم في تحولات كبيرة جدا في الناحية التكنولوجية، وكيف وصلت التقنيات إلى مستوى متطور جدا للحفاظ على الإرشيف. كيف ترى دور الرقمنة اليوم في دعم حفظ هذا الإرث السينمائي الكبير، وكيف تتعامل الإرشيفات مع الحفاظ على الأفلام المنتجة بصيغ قديمة؟ التقنيات، الممارسات المثلى المتبعة اليوم للحفاظ على هذا الإرشيف واستخراجه من الأشرطة القديمة ومن المواد القديمة.
شكرا للاستضافة. التحدي الأول هو بالأشرطة القديمة، الأفلام، يعني سواء سينمائية، الفيلم ريل، حتى الأشرطة الفيديو والصوت، تتلف مع الوقت. بعطي مثال، اليونسكو قدرت أنه سنة 2015 80% من التراث السمعي البصري العالمي سواء أفلام أو فيديو أوديو راح يختفي. تخيل من 2015 كان 80% متوقع يختفي، فاليوم ممكن أكثر من 90% أوريدي اختفى. فبأسرع وقت لازم نحول هذه الأشرطة السينمائية بوزيتيف نيجاتيف بكافة طرق التسجيل والأشرطة الفيديو والصوت وحتى الصور للمجال الرقمي، لأنه هذه هي الأساس للمراحل التالية. يجب رقمنتها بأسرع وقت بأعلى ريزوليوشن، بأعلى صيغة ممكنة. حتى لو عملنا سكانينج 8K 4K أي صيغة، حتى لو ما بنبثها بهذه الصيغ حاليا، الأرشيف هو للمستقبل. لما بتحط موادك بالأرشيف ليس فقط الاستخدام الحالي، بينما هي العشرات ومئات السنين للأمام. الرقمنة قدمت، التقنيات الرقمية قدمت كثير من الأدوات للتسجيل، للحفظ، للتحسين، للتطوير، للترميم. تكلمت الجلسة السابقة عن الذكاء الاصطناعي مثلا. الذكاء الاصطناعي بالأرشفة له دور أساسي بترميم الصور، بالتلوين الأفلام القديمة، بتخفيض التلف اللي فيها، وكمان بإضافة البيانات الوصفية، الميتاداتا. فالرقمنة هي أساسية وتقدم الكثير لعالم الأرشيف. وبرجع للنقطة الأساسية، رقمنة حتى لو ما بنعرف شو رح نعمل بهالفيلم أو بهالمواد، لازم رقمنتها كمرحلة أولى، وبعدين نتكلم هل نعرضها، هل كيفية استخدامها أو استغلالها تجاريا. هذه الفكرة الأساسية. رقمنة هي المرحلة الأولى والأساسية.
أستاذ عبد الله، الحديث اليوم عن أرشفة المواد السينمائية، ومن يتتبع موضوع الأرشفة يجد أنها بدأت في وقت لاحق لكل صناع السينما على مستوى العالم. اليوم في المملكة العربية السعودية ما هي الحاجة لأن يكون هناك إرشيف وطني، ونجد في نفس الوقت أن القطاع السينمائي قطاع ناشئ في المنطقة؟ يعني
صحيح. وخلنا نفرق بين جزئيتين. الأولى أن نعم في حراك كبير في الصناعة السينمائية على مستوى الإنتاج في المملكة، لكن خلونا أيضا يعني نذكر أن الحراك السينمائي أو الإنتاج السينمائي، مجتمع السينما في المملكة موجود من عقود. ويمكن ذكرت قبل شوي أمثلة على إنتاجات سينمائية ما عندنا إجابة على وجودها من عدمها. إذا السؤال هل الوقت مناسب؟ نعم، إذا ما كان تأخرنا. ما أعتقد، يمكن في محاور أخرى نوضح الجزئية. أغلب الصناعات السينمائية العريقة حول العالم في الدول تأخرت جدا في أعمال الأرشفة، في أعمال الترميم، والأمثلة كثيرة جدا. يعني دائما يذكر أن الأفلام الصامتة 50% منها اختفى تماما في الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية. الأمثلة كثيرة على الإنتاجات العربية اللي لها ذكر لكن ما ندري وين الفيلم نفسه. فأنا أعتقد إضافة مهمة جدا لكل أجزاء سلسلة القيمة في الصناعة السينمائية في المملكة أن نوجد اليوم وفي أسرع وقت أرشيف يحفظ الإنتاجات السعودية، بل وسجل كما أعلن الأرشيف الوطني للأفلام قبل فترة، سجل للأفلام السعودية. هذا أمر مهم جدا، ومثل ما ذكر حسن نربط فيه ما يتعلق بالبيانات الوصفية، لأنه الفيلم موجود، صانعه موجود. طيب ماذا عن بقية القصة؟ ماذا عن بقية المعلومات اللي الباحث يهتم فيها، صانع الفيلم يهتم فيها، طالب الدراسات السينمائية يهتم فيها، والجمهور عموما.
اليوم عندكم يعني مستهدفات من خلال الأرشيف الوطني. ما هي أبرز التحديات اللي تواجهوها في هذا الجانب، وكيف تستطيعون التغلب على هذه التحديات والوصول إلى المستهدفات التي وضعتموها في أرشفة هذه الأعمال السينمائية القديمة والحديثة ما يتم إنتاجه في الوقت الراهن؟
شكرا على السؤال سامي. طبعا التحديات كثيرة كونها صناعة ناشئة، أو يعني فكرة تأسيس الأرشيف الوطني للأفلام، لكن بإذن الله أن يعني طموحنا كبير للتعامل مع هذه التحديات. أي محاولة لحفظ الإرث الثقافي سواء كان أفلام أو غيره يحتاج إلى ما يسايره من الإطار التشريعي، بمعنى أنظمة وقوانين تساهم في هذا الحفظ، في تمكين هذا المشروع. وهذا باختصار خلينا نسميه التحدي الأول، اللي هو الإطار القانوني. الإطار القانوني بمعنى أن أبسط الأفكار أن إيجاد الإيداع القانوني للمواد الفيلمية، وهذا موجود في كثير من الدول، بمعنى أن كل فيلم ينتج على أرض المملكة تودع منه نسخة. المسألة يعني تتقدم أكثر إلى ما يتعلق بالإتاحة، وهذا مختلف وواسع جدا بين الدول، ما يتعلق بالاستخدام العادل. وصدقا هذا بحر في تفسيراته القانونية وما يمثله من أهمية لعملية الإتاحة. أنا ممكن أسوي أرشيف عظيم وأحفظ كل الأفلام، إذا صانع الفيلم والباحث ما يقدر بسهولة أنه يوصل للمعلومة أو للفيلم، ما أعتقد أن حققنا المطلوب. فأنظمة الملكية الفكرية تحتاج أنها تطوع لتخدم هالمجال، لكن في نفس الوقت تحفظ الإمكانات التجارية وحقوق المؤلف عموما. فهذه جزئية أخرى، وأحاول أختصر. غياب الخبرات في العالم العربي، قلة يعني هم المختصون بحفظ المواد الرقمية، وأقل منهم المختصون بالتعامل مع المادة التناظرية، سواء نتكلم عن فيديو أو عن فيلم، يعني بمختلف الصيغ والأشكال. نقطة أخيرة يمكن نختم فيها التحديات، ما يتعلق بالبنى التحتية ومقدمي الخدمات. وهذا ما يعني المنطقة العربية بالتأكيد قلة فيها مختبرات حفظ الأفلام، وكثير دول تعاني من هالشيء حتى بعيدا عن العالم العربي، لكن يكاد لا يوجد عندنا فوتوكيميكال لاب واحد في الخليج. يعني بالتأكيد الصناعة السينمائية في شمال أفريقيا بين تونس والمغرب والجزائر خطت خطوات، لكنها بحاجة لاستثمار في البنية التحتية أكثر. ومقدمي الخدمات عموما المرتبطين بهالبنية التحتية من خدمة، ويمكن الزملاء يفصلون فيما يتعلق بأنظمة الإنجست، وكيف ممكن تحول مادة الفيديو إلى مادة رقمية، ومن يخدمك بقطع الغيار وتحديثات الأنظمة وكل التفاصيل هذه.
أستاذ حسن، كيف يدعم الإرشيف الباحثين؟ كيف يدعم صناع الأفلام؟ أهمية الإرشيف للباحث ولصانع الفيلم اللي يعني وصل إلى هذه الصناعة اليوم، وماذا يحتاج من هذا الأرشيف؟
الأرشيف عدة أهداف. في الأرشيف له الدور الوطني، هو جزء من الذي يحفظ الذاكرة الجماعية للبشرية ولأي أمة ولأي وطن. فهي الذاكرة الجماعية للسعودية جزء منها موجود بالأفلام، سواء الأفلام المنتجة الخاصة أو ممكن المواد الخام. لما بيصير تصوير مسلسل أو فيلم في مواد خام، في مواد behind the scene وراء الكواليس. والأرشيف لا يحفظ فقط الفيديو الصوت والصورة، الأرشيف يحتوي على يمكن الأزياء اللي تم استعمالها في الفيلم، السكريبت اللي انكتب، الصور، البوسترز، كل هذه الأمور المصاحبة لصناعة السينما تحفظ في الأرشيف. كل هذه المواد اللي هي الذاكرة السمعية البصرية والثقافية مهمة لتاريخ الأمة، لصانعي الأفلام، ممكن قبل صانعي الأفلام لصناعة الترفيه. ممكن بعض الأفلام يعاد استخدامها، يعاد ترميمها ويعاد بثها بالسينما أو بمنصات الOTT أو على التلفزيونات. لصناع الأفلام بيكون عندهم مواد خام يمكن إعادة استخدامها، سواء دوكيومنتري وثائقي أو غيرها. اللي بيشتغلوا بالصناعة بيشوفوا كيف الطرق الإنتاج القديمة، كيف الكتاب والمخرجين والمنتجين المصورين قبل كانوا يستخدموها، واللي بتساعد بالبحث بشكل عام. إذا حدا عم يشتغل بمجال الأزياء، مش ضروري بالسينما، بشوف كيف كانت الأزياء بالأربعينات والخمسينات والستينات. إذا عم يشتغل بالمجال اللغوي، بشوف كيف اللهجات تغيرت مع الوقت. فهذا الأرشيف مفيد لصناعة السينما بحد ذاتها ولكل الأمور الثقافية والاجتماعية بشكل عام.
سيدة كارولين، حدثينا عن أفضل الممارسات اللي موجودة اليوم في حفظ الإرث السينمائي وانعكاس هذه الممارسات على صناع الأفلام تحديداً.
Yeah, my pleasure. I would like to come back to what Hassan said and Abdullah said. So, why do we preserve cinema? Cinema in Europe and probably all over the world is called the seventh art, meaning that it is ranged at the same level of painting, sculpture, architecture, literature. So it has the same importance in our people's lives than the other arts. For that reason, we should preserve it. Yesterday, Will Smith said, it creates conversations. I think conversation is great, and it's not just conversation in between us when we go to the movie, but also conversation within the countries, when we meet through festivals or exhibit like that. So for that, I think it is very important to preserve cinema. Well, in France, we are lucky enough to be the country where cinema started. But it took us time to actually say that it was important to preserve. Cinema was invented beginning of the century, and the first cinémathèque, that is actually not the Cinémathèque Langlois, the French one, but the Cinémathèque of Saint-Étienne, emerged in 1922. So it took us more than 2 decades to understand how important it was to preserve cinema. And the first need was actually to make these assets available to pupils for educational purpose. Then came the French Cinémathèque in 1936, which is a very well-known one. And from the model of the French Cinémathèque, a lot of other cinémathèques emerged in the world. But I think in France, we benefit a lot from the public action. We are lucky to have Ministry of Culture and specifically a National Center for Cinema initiating framework to help the preservation of cinema and helping the preservation of cinema, helping also the maintaining and the growth of the film industry. So as an example, when CNC, National Center for Cinema, created the National Register for Cinema just after the war, the Second World War, that was a good chance to have every single piece of art in cinema officially registered into a national register. So each film has a national ID where the producers, the authors, the intellectual property, and all the transactions around these films are actually preserved in terms of metadata into this register. And that is very helpful because Every day we're working with that. When you want to work on the restoration of a movie, you go to this register to check out who is the owner, who you should call to help on the restoration. But also others, I would like to name two other framework that was initiated by our Ministry of Culture that helped very much the industry. The second one was the national inventory. So it is more recent, in 2011, our Ministry of Culture launched a program to identify in every single lab in France where were located the original material of the films listed in the National Register. And they actually put some money and effort to have this material inventoried and expertise. That gave work for the industry, and now if you want to do a restoration, you know where to find the negative. So it is the film industry and the growth of the film industry. And the last initiative I would like to name is what we call the obligation for a producer to keep the work of cinema alive. So producer now since 2016, this is very recent, have the obligation to prove that they are active not only in the preservation but in the exploitation, sharing with the audience the films. And of course this is very helpful for preservation, because nowadays if you want to show to an audience, you need to digitize. So you need to preserve the original materials, etc. So all of these initiatives from the Ministry of Culture, public entity, are very helpful to grow the film industry and serve the preservation of the films.
أستاذ عبد الله، اليوم عندما نتحدث عن دور الإرشيف المحوري في توفير محتوى مرجعي لصناع الأفلام، هل نستطيع اليوم أن نقول أن موادنا متاحة للباحثين، متاحة لصناع الأفلام؟
أنا أعتقد بداية أن في المملكة في عدد كبير من الجهات المهتمة بحفظ الإرث الثقافي وتعمل على حفظ وصون هذا الإرث بشكل جيد، لكن أنا أعتقد أننا في بداية المسار فيما يتعلق بالإتاحة، ولعل نشير يعني إلى آخر المشاريع في المرتبط بالحفظ السمعي البصري بشكل مباشر، وهو جهود زملائنا في هيئة الإذاعة والتلفزيون اللي أعلنت مؤخرا من إطلاق مؤسسة أو منصة سيما، وهي مشروع إتاحة حقيقي لكنوز موجودة لدى هيئة الإذاعة والتلفزيون، وهذا يخدم بشكل مباشر أعمال الإنتاج في المملكة، ويعطي مثال مباشر على فكرة الإتاحة. أيضا من الجيد أن التفكير أيضا يتضمن ما يتعلق بالاستدامة، بمعنى أنها هي مسألة ترخيص بمقابل للشخص اللي بيستخدم المادة هذه. تتفاوت مثل ما ذكرت مشاريع يعني أو قدرات ومشاريع الإتاحة ما بين الجهات الأرشيفية، فيعني أدناها وأقلها مستوى أن الباحث يقدم طلب للمؤسسة الأرشيفية للاطلاع على وثيقة معينة، لكن الأرشيف أنا أعتقد أنه يجب أن يعمل على تأسيس إطار القانوني الكامل لإتاحة ما لديه بما يحفظ الحقوق وبكل الأشكال، بمعنى يجب أن يكون لكل أرشيف سواء كان سمعي بصري أو كان أرشيف عام تواجد بمنصة إلكترونية بحيث أني أقدر أوصل لك، وتواجد يفضل أيضا كمركز بحثي بحيث أني كباحث أزور الأرشيف أو كأي مستخدم. يعني في السياق السينمائي السينماتيك هو مساحة لجمهور السينما، مكان تجمع لمحبي السينما، فهذا التوجه أمانة على الأقل نتبناه في الأرشيف الوطني للأفلام، وبالتأكيد أن في أرشيف في المملكة تشاركنا نفس التوجه والهم بإذن الله.
عن هذه النقطة وعن ما تحدثت عنه سابقا السيدة كارولين في التجربة اللي قامت بها فرنسا، ودي أسألك اليوم ما هو احتياجنا في المملكة العربية السعودية للتشريعات في جانب الملكية الفكرية لأرشفة الأفلام ولحفظ هذه الأفلام؟
جميل. بداية في أساس تشريعي يخدم ما يتعلق بحقوق الملكية الفكرية وأفكار الإيداع وأفكار الإتاحة. يمكن أحيي الزملاء في وزارة الثقافة في وكالة الشؤون القانونية على الجهد المبذول حاليا للعمل على نظام مطبوعات والنشر، وفيه ما يهيئ للأرشيف الفيلمية، وأظن الآن النص يعني متاح لمراجعة العموم. ففيه محاولة لتطويع الأنظمة لخدمة الإتاحة بشكل أكبر. يمكن الذي تفضلت فيه كارولين مرحلة جدا متقدمة تتعلق بواجب المنتج أو الجهة الأرشيفية في الحفاظ والإتاحة. فأنت كمنتج فيلم يعني مسؤول عن حفظ المادة اللي أنتجتها على مثلا في فرنسا كمثال، ثم أيضا إتاحتها بشكل سليم. وهذا أيضا ما نأمل أن ينتج عن كل أنظمة الملكية الفكرية في المملكة، ونعمل عليه بإذن الله.
أنا بودي يعني أطلع إلى محور آخر عن تحديات الحفظ والرقمنة الفيلمية القديمة، وأبدأ معك أستاذ حسن. كيف يمكن يعني اليوم للأراشيف أن تتعامل مع المسائل المالية، مع التكاليف الباهظة لعملية الرقمنة، لعملية حفظ الأفلام؟ هل هناك حلول اليوم مستدامة أو شراكات ممكنة في هذا السياق يعني تخفف من هذه التكاليف الباهظة وتقدم هذه الأرشفة بشكل أسرع للصناع للباحثين؟
صحيح، هو أحد أهم التحديات. لماذا أرشيفات كثيرة في دول لم تتم رقمنتها وحفظها؟ بسبب الكلفة الكبيرة للبنية التحتية للحفظ والرقمنة. وما ننسى أنه الجزء أو أنواع كثيرة من الأجهزة لم تعد موجودة جديدة، يعني للسينما أو للفيديو أو للصوت، الأجهزة بحد ذاتها مش موجودة بالسوق، الشركات المصنعة اختفت. فشراء هذه المعدات وتجهيزها والأماكن لها مكلفة جدا. حلول الأرشيف الوطني للأفلام بعرف أنه عنده خطط لبناء البنية التحتية التقنية للمملكة، وبعتقد التعاون يعني ممكن يكون أحد أهداف الأرشيف الوطني للأفلام بالمملكة، أو الأرشيفات الثانية اللي ممكن يكون عندها القدرة لبناء البنية التحتية هي تتحدى حدود المملكة. ربما بنعرف انه في بعض الدول العربية، ذكرت استاذ عبد الله تونس والجزائر والمغرب، الأردن، لبنان، عندهم سينماتيك، عندهم مكتبات سينمائية، بس ليس لديهم القدرة على الرقمنة. فممكن يكون أحد أوجه التعاون هي الأرشيف الوطني للأفلام بالمملكة السعودية تساعد بحفظ الأرشيف العربي نسميه السينمائي. بعد مصر مستقلة نوعا ما وعندها القدرات والحجم السينما المصرية كبير بشكل أنه تكون مستقلة. كمان في خيار ثاني، هذا ممكن القطاع الخاص يعمله، بناء ودي يمكن كارولين وشركتها هذا اللي بيعملوه بأوروبا، هي يقدموا الرقمنة كخدمة as a service. بس لازم يكون في حجم أعمال كافي لهذه الخدمة تكون موجودة بالمملكة أو بالخليج أو بالوطن العربي. مثل ما قلنا الكلفة عالية، الخبرات قليلة، الناس اللي راح يشتغلوا فيها يجب تدريبهم وإعادة تدريبهم حتى يقدروا. أو التعاون بين الأرشيفات بين الدول العربية، أو دعم القطاع الخاص، بس يكون في كمية كافية تكون تجاريا منتجه. بدي اضيف شغله على موضوع الارشيف، يمكن ما ذكر الاستاذ عبد الله وكارولين. بشكل عام كل الارشيفات الوطنيه هي تمول، وليس يعني ليس لديها القدره انه تطلع فلوس، مستحيل. يعني بعتقد اكثر واحد ارشيف وطني بالعالم هو الBFI البريطاني، لا يستطيع ان ينتج اكثر من 20% من كلفته. يعني الارشيفات هي مراكز كلفة أكثر من مراكز ربح. فالدعم الحكومي أساسي، مستحيل بدون دعم حكومي.
أستاذ عبد الله، عندما تتجول اليوم في منتدى الأفلام السعودي 2024 تجد هذا الجيل الجديد من صناع الأفلام. السؤال اليوم، كيف تؤثر هذه المواد وتوفر هذه المواد الإرشيفية، كيف يؤثر على نوعية الأعمال التي يتم إنتاجها اليوم؟ كيف تلهم الجيل الجديد من صناع الأفلام؟
اليوم مع حراك الإنتاج السينمائي في المملكة بمختلف صوره، الفيلم الكوميدي، الفيلم الدرامي، الوثائقي، وتفاعل الجمهور السعودي معه تجد أسئلة كثيرة، ولعل أبسط مثال يعني يتعلق باللهجة وتطويع السيناريو وتطويره بشكل جيد والعملية الإنتاجية لنحصل على قصة تمثلنا إذا صح التعبير. وفي كثير من النقاد خلينا نقول أو المهتمين بالسينما لهم تعليقاتهم على الإنتاجات السينمائية الناجحة، يعني حتى الناجحة منها. فالأرشيف بلا شك عمله لا يعني يقتصر على حفظ الصناعة السينمائية، لكن كل مادة سمعية بصرية تمثل جزء من التاريخ الاجتماعي في المملكة هي بلا شك مستهدف الأرشيف، على الأقل الأرشيف الوطني للأفلام في تصورنا، لأن هذه المادة توفر مرجع لصانع الفيلم، بالتالي دقة أعلى، أرجع وأقول للهجة، للزي، للتصور لما كانت عليه الحياة في وقت ما. طبعا هذا أيضا يرجع إلى نقطة أن الفكرة البسيطة للحفظ، أنت تبي تحفظها، وحفظها يعني حفظ هذه الجهود لمجتمع الأفلام السعودي هو أمر كاف. يعني يكفي أن تنشئ أرشيفاً ليحفظ الصناعة السينمائية. ما أخفيكم أن الكثير من الهواة من صناع الأفلام ينتج فيلمه، يشارك في مهرجان أو يدخل سباق في شباك التذاكر، بعدين يمكن تتساءل عن مصير الفيلم حتى لدى صانع الفيلم الأساسي، هل هو محفوظ بشكل جيد حتى لو كان رقمي؟ في كثير من يعني قصص المخيفة في هالأمر من ضياع الأفلام هذه أو يعني مثل ما المادة بصيغتها التناظرية مهددة بالتلف، بالضياع، بأي كانت الإشكالات، المادة الرقمية جدا مهددة بأمور أخرى متعلقة بحفظها سبرانيا، قد يعني تواجه مخاطر سبرانية أو تلف حتى بالشكل الرقمي. فأعتقد يعني هذه توضح نظرتنا لما يطمح له صناع الأفلام في المملكة من وجود جهة تحفظ بإذن الله إرثنا السينمائي.
سيدة كارولين، العائد الاقتصادي اليوم نتحدث عن عائد اقتصادي لأرشفة الأفلام على المدى الطويل، كيف ترين أنه ممكن قياس هذا العائد الاقتصادي وبشكل فعال للاستفادة من هذه الأرشيف المنتشرة حول العالم؟
Well, these questions are very important. Of course, financing preservation is a big issue. Before we say, how do we get a return on investment, I think we should ask ourselves the question, what would be the cost of losing everything? Let's say you cannot access the movie that are done only 5 years before. What would we do if we had no movie left? To sustain our culture, that would be terrible. So the cost of that is tremendous. Now, the cost of a preservation. So if statistics in France are public, because National Center for Cinema helps preservation and digitization. Average pricing to deal with the preservation of a feature film in France is around 72,000 €, and that includes repairing the physical asset, digitizing, color grading, restoring, and fulfilling a digital preservation copy as well as a new physical copy. If it's a big blockbuster, if it's a very important movie, awarded in festival, etc., you may recoup easily such an investment. But for a lot of movie, it's going to be very difficult. Again, without the initiative and the push and the support of a public entity for that preservation, very difficult. Still, any platform can't live without archive. Young people nowadays, they don't want to see just 10 films on Netflix. They want to see more than 1,000. And 1,000 film makes archive absolutely necessary. Without the archive, you don't have enough content to provide to the audience. So this is where we think it's kind of win-win collaboration in between the public entity, giving initiative, legal framework, and sometimes financial support, so that any type of film, even the experimental ones, not the mainstream, have a chance to be preserved and shown to the future generation?
حقيقة الحديث عن هذا الموضوع يعني يطول، وهناك الكثير حقيقة من المحاور اللي يعني مشكورين وضعناها مع ضيوفنا لهذه الجلسة. شكرا لك أستاذ عبد الله على يعني مساعدتنا في كتابة هذه المحاور للخروج بجلسة ثرية، وكنا نتمنى أن الوقت يطول أكثر، لكن بدنا نفتح المجال لأسئلة الحضور في هذه الجلسة للاستفادة حقيقة من هذه الأسماء الكبيرة اللي موجودة اليوم في تخصصها، ونترك المجال لكم اللي حاب يطرح سؤال فيما يخص جلستنا الحوارية.
السلام عليكم، يعطيكم العافية جميعا. حاب أوجه سؤال بس عن صعوبة حفظ وأرشفة المادة الرقمية، يعني بعيدا عن المادة النيجاتيف أو الفيلم كديجيتال ماتيريال. شو الصعوبة اللي ممكن تواجه ب preserving or restoring the digital material؟
تفضل أستاذ حسن.
يعني أرسل كارولينكا. بعض التحديات ذكر مثل الأستاذ عبد الله، السكيورتي، تحفظها بمكان آمن، whether cyber security أو physical security، هذا أساسي. المواد الرقمية، الأفلام سواء اللي تمت رقمتها أو البورن ديجيتال اللي ولدت رقمية، الفايلات كبيرة جدا، عم تحكي تيرا بايتس وبيتا بايتس. فالمواد الخواتم، السيرفرز أو أماكن التخزين كبيرة جدا، مكلفة. في تحدي ثاني بالفورمات، يعني احد الفورمات للتسجيل الرقمي هو بنسميه LTO تيب. كل سنتين او 3 سنوات بيطلع LTO جديد، حاليا نحن LTO 9، فبعد 2 أو 3 رح يكون او يمكن قريبا LTO 10 وغيرها، فبحاجه ترحيلها على الانظمه الجديده مع كل الكلفه اللي موجوده عندك. بدك تحطها بالكلاود، السحابه في كلفه كبيره للسحابه. في التحديات هي كلفه الستورج بحد ذاته، كلفه ترحيله من الفيرجن اللي بعدها. بعتقد كارولين عندها بعض الارقام قديش كلفه التخزين الرقمي مع الوقت، عم تحكي ارقام كبيره جدا خصوصا مع حجم الفايلز الكبير. كارولين, can you mention some of the cost of digital storage?
Yeah, digital storage is effectively costly and difficult to maintain. But to answer your question, you may want to read a standard that was released by the ISO network in August 2022 about how to preserve the digital cinema. It's a big book, maybe 300 pages, but that gives you, let's say, the global understanding that is now about digital preservation. A lot of people think that digital preservation should be secured by a return to the film, meaning shooting the data back to a film so that in addition to the digital copy, you would have a physical film for preservation. That has a cost and also a challenge in terms of technology, and we hope sometimes in Saudi Arabia you will have the chance to have this photochemical capacity, because it's very needed in Middle East and Africa in general. The cost of preserving data to record on any LTO system, if you are a provider like me, you would be invoiced around 25 to 30 euro every 100 gigabyte. How does it weight? 1 hour of digitization could generate 4 terabytes of archive. So the cost of generating the support for storage is expensive, and then the cost for storage every year is also very costly. We are talking this range of pricing, and migration in digital preservation is key. So every 3-5 years, like Hassan says, you need to actually upgrade to the most recent format to make sure that preservation is still okay.
ناخذ سؤال أخير إذا أمكن حتى ننهي هذه الجلسة. طيب، إذا شكرا جزيلا ضيوفي الأعزاء في هذه الجلسة الحوارية، وشكرا لكم حضورنا الكرام على حضوركم هذه الجلسة. نتمنى أنه استطعنا الإجابة على هذا السؤال الكبير: لماذا تحتاج الصناعة السينمائية للأرشيف؟ شكرا على حديثكم، شكرا على الإعداد المطول لهذه الجلسة. شكرا جزيلا أستاذ عبد الله، شكرا جزيلا أستاذ حسن، السيدة كارولين، وشكرا لكم حضورنا الكرام. أترك لكم المجال ضيوفي للختام في هذه الجلسة. تفضل سامي.
شكرا لك سامي، وشاكر مشاركة ضيوفنا، على أمل إن شاء الله أن نخطو خطوات أمام، يعني إلى الأمام في حفظ السينما السعودية الخليجية، وبإذن الله العربية، بالعمل مع الجميع من المهتمين في هذا المجال.
Well, my last message would be that we hope that films and production from Saudi Arabia would be held and taken care in Saudi Arabia. So we are here to help the knowledge transfer and make sure that your own culture is actually taken by your own people.
شكرا للاستضافة، وأنا بأكد على النقطة الأساسية اللي هي الأرشيف هي مخزن لذاكرتنا الجماعية الثقافية والوطنية والفردية، وبحيي جهود الأرشيف الوطني للأفلام بالمملكة للعمل الجاد لحفظ هذا التراث البشري. شكرا لكم.
شكرا جزيلا لكم، وشكرا لكم حضورنا الكرام. تستمتعوا بهذا البرنامج الحافل في الجلسات القادمة وبمنتدى الأفلام السعودي 2024. في أمان الله.
مرحبا. والآن مع جلسة النقاش بعنوان حالة صناعة السينما العالمية والتحديات والفرص. ستقدم هذه الجلسة تحليلا شاملا للحالة الحالية لصناعة السينما العالمية، مسلطة الضوء على التحديات والفرص الرئيسية، وأيضا عرض الرؤى حول اتجاهات القطاع والتقدم التكنولوجي والمشهد المتطور لإنتاج وتوزيع الأفلام. أيضا ستتناول المناقشة تأثير منصات العرض ودور الأسواق الدولية ومستقبل الإصدارات السينمائية. ضيف هذه الجلسة السيد جيم جيانابلس، ويدير هذا النقاش الإعلامي والممثل ياسر السقاف.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
I don't think we'll need it.
It happens. It's a good start anyway. It breaks the ice. We'll be speaking in English in this session. Of course, we're going to speak about the state of global film industry today, the challenges, the opportunities. You join us for an insightful discussion on the current state of the global film industry with my honorable guest today, Jim Giannopoulos. He's the former chairman and CEO of the 20th Century Fox and Paramount Pictures. I'm very happy to have you here. Jim, welcome to Saudi. It's your first time in Saudi?
First time, yes. And
it will not be the last.
Less than 24 hours, I can feel the excitement everywhere.
Amazing.
It's really wonderful.
This is amazing. Of course, we will explore the dynamic shifts in the global film industry, the challenges it faces, and the emerging opportunities that are shaping its future. We'll start with the first question, Jim, and the first question will be somehow a general question. What are the most significant challenges facing the global film industry today in terms of content creation, financing, distribution, and so on?
Well, first of all, as you said, they're both challenges and opportunities. The current challenges, the industry is in a period of transition and disruption. And what that really entails is, as in many other areas, the technological shifts are happening so rapidly that the industry is being forced to adjust to them. The main experience for people has traditionally been they see things in the theater and then they watch on television in a linear format with advertising. And that experience has changed dramatically with the advent of technologies. And we all experience this, we're all familiar with it. But in a way, when you study the history of the entertainment industry, the movie and television industry, there are three factors which have always been at work. And the first is, and perhaps the most important, the creative process, the talent that makes the visions and experiences that we all embrace and love, and technology, which provides the means and the tools for the expression of creative visions, but also the way to experience them, and the audience. So when you take the creative process, the technology, and the audience, they're always interacting from the earliest days of the industry, and that's happening now. And one of the things that's different, frankly, is the pace of technological change. So as the digital revolution continued, as the advent of the internet provided immediate access to people directly, the technology companies, first beginning with Netflix and then Amazon and Apple and others, entered into this business and created, in part, streaming platforms. Obviously, that's the most recent example. But internet distribution allowed a broad and immediate access to a lot of people. And that shifted things away from the way they used to experience things, which was in this linear form. And so as that shift happened, many of the legacy media companies, the established studios, the big media studios like mine, like Fox, like Paramount, like Universal, like Disney, who were dependent a lot on traditional ways had to adapt to these new ways. And that's simply a shift that's not unlike what the industry experienced in the past. Right now, it feels disruptive, it is disruptive, it feels challenging, but I think when you look back on history, you know, when television first emerged, people were going to the movies, certainly in the US, 3 and 4 times a week, because that was where they got entertainment, but that's also when they got news. When television happened, all of a sudden, the studios were dead. People stopped going to the movies, they stopped seeing films, the studios almost went bankrupt. And then they embraced this technology. They sold their movies to television, they made content for television, and there was a huge boom. Same thing that happened when video emerged, when all of a sudden people said, well, I have 2,000 videos to watch in the store down the street. Why should I go to the movie theater?
Yeah.
And yet it was a gold rush for movie theaters. So I think, for the movie studios. So I think this period will eventually find its level. The industry has always adapted, and I think those are the great opportunities to take advantage of these technologies, to take advantage of these new business models, these new ways that audiences are experiencing content, and to continue to provide great entertainment experiences to them. So this too shall pass, but right now I think there's a little period of getting adjusted to it.
So streaming platforms actually reshape the global film industry today, but...
Well, they were the most recent manner in which they did, yeah.
When we take the example from the past, you know, with television and cinema it stood strong, right?
Every time...
And the time passed and...
Yes, I entered the business, literally right out of law school, I entered the business working for Columbia Pictures, setting up all their video operations around the world. That was my first job, and it was a great experience because I traveled everywhere and got to see a lot of different countries and cultures. And in each of them, one of the big questions was, what is the impact on movie going and movie theaters? And as you said, Yasser, you know, there was a period of adjustment, but then people realized the distinct and unique nature of being in a theater, in a dark room with a big audience and experiencing things in that unique setting. So it always finds its manner of adjustment. Now, more recently, you had 2 new factors that all came together, which is part of the disruption that's taking place. And that is, you had the advent of technologies, of internet and streaming, and you also had COVID, when nobody went to the theater. And people's habits changed during COVID. Streaming boomed, and everybody thought, oh, streaming is a really great thing. Look how many, you know, subscribers. Well, that was because everybody was home.
Yeah, and that was a global issue.
Well, again, I think some of the legacy companies, looking at how well Netflix was doing and looking how well Amazon and Apple were growing, thought, well, we can do that too. And then COVID ended, and then you had the strikes, which was you know, there have been strikes before, but never both the writers and actors being out of work at the same time. So, and for a long period of time. So you had these technological disruptions, you had this social disruption of COVID, and then you had the strikes. So all of that came together to create this period of uncertainty. And as I said, it'll pass.
Maybe another disruption coming in the future. Let's say maybe it's already here. AI-driven tools, you know, as virtual production today. Does it play in transforming both the production and the distribution of films globally? Is it going to play a big role in the future? Do you see it coming? Do you see it vanishing, all kinds of creativity from producers and so on? What would these tools do in the future?
I think they're incredibly enabling tools. Now, one of the reasons that there is so much concern, and it was a part of the discussions during the recent labor strikes, was there will be displacement. There will be displacement of some functions in the production chain and in both the creation and the distribution of content. And that is a concern, and it's a concern of the industry, and certainly for those people affected. But the potential of these tools is truly enormous, in every aspect of the creation of content. You know, there are now AI platforms that allow a development executive to take a 400-page book and summarize it in minutes and decide whether it can be a movie or not. Now, that may not be the best way to read a book, but it's a way to accelerate the process of making choices. There are technologies now, they're all here, but there are technologies now developing that allow production executives, studios, filmmakers to analyze a film from the point of pre-visualization. So virtually to see the film you're making before you make it. There are similar technologies which move the process of special effects. Typically the way you shoot a movie, many of you know this of course, you have pre-production, you have production, and then you have post-production. And in post-production, you do all the special effects and all of the sound and all of that stuff. Well, technologies now exist to allow a filmmaker to do all of that in pre-production, to know exactly what special effects will look like, to visualize them in advance, to plan production days of shooting, to take a script and break it down to how many locations, how many people, what crews. All of these are tools which enable and create the more efficient production process. Right. And I think in the long run, one of the challenges that has, one of the things that has been a criticism of, certainly of Hollywood, is that we tend to make the same movies over and over again, sequels, superhero movies, that there is a lack of original films. And some of that is because of the enormous cost, at least in Hollywood, of making big budget blockbuster films. If you're going to spend $200 or $250 million on a movie, no matter how smart you think you are, you're more likely to make a film that is about a familiar subject or like another film than you are to do something original. Yeah. Well, if you look forward and you say, the long-term potential effect of AI technologies is to make that $250 million film for a lot less, or that $20 or $30 million film for a lot less, then whoever is financing and developing that film is more likely to take creative choices that are more original and more daring and may result in much more interesting cinema over time.
Okay. It's a great way to think about it as of today. We'll see what the future holds for us. With the international markets today, Jim, becoming more important for box office success, correct me if I'm wrong. How do filmmakers and studios today balance cultural differences while aiming for global appeal? Today, right. I want a Saudi film to travel globally.
Right.
What am I supposed to do as a producer today to actually balance with cultural differences and make my movie sellable outside of Saudi Arabia, for example?
Okay, well, we'll come to Saudi. We'll come to Saudi and local films in a second. I think, I have been a student of it. I teach at USC, so I've been a bit of a student of the movie industry for a period of time. What's interesting about Hollywood, people wonder, why did Hollywood, which is less than 5%, about 5% of the world's population, why did it become, the global filmmaking capital? And there were a lot of reasons for that, but when film first developed, there were many places around the world which had very active and successful film markets. Of course, the fact that there were 2 world wars in the middle and the U.S. remained unaffected at home helped. But the real reason, or one of the central reasons, was that as cinema developed in local markets, it drew upon its literature, its history, its culture, and film became a way to express its local cultures. The U.S. was an audience of many cultures. In the theaters, in the earliest days of cinema, were Germans and Italians and Greeks and Arabs and Chinese and very different people from very different backgrounds. So the industry developed always with a global perspective as opposed to having a unique personal culture. So that's why I think, okay, that's historic, but that tradition has continued. And Hollywood films certainly can be made on a scale which appeals to a global audience in ways that some local markets can't afford. My advice to, when I was at Fox, we created a separate division called Fox International Productions, and we made films in a lot of different countries. We made them in India and Korea and China and in Europe, various European countries. And my advice was then, if you're going to make a film primarily for your local market, be authentic, take advantage of the culture and the social considerations, the language, the unique nature of your market, and don't try and be all things to all people. It is possible to locally make movies that travel around the world, but they become less local in the process. And I do think there is a unique, I was just talking to a gentleman earlier, told me 9 of the top 15 movies here in the kingdom are Arabic movies, with all of Hollywood's blockbusters. Why? Because they are familiar themes, they are familiar issues, they look and feel authentic, and I think there's an important value to that. So while everyone strives to have their film travel throughout the world, and it's possible to make a film like that, I think one has to look at the advantages of local authenticity and say, which do I want to attend to be? Something truly real and have enormous potential in my home country, or something that takes advantage of many different elements, is less local and authentic, but may find its way around the world. And it's not a completely separate binary choice, but it is a bit of a choice, and I hope that makes sense.
It makes sense, and it would be the biggest success if you can actually make something very authentic and local, and it does travel outside.
Yeah,
that would be jackpot.
That's the jackpot, and
exactly.
and it happens, but I think it's often because it has universal themes.
Yes.
Which is the most important thing.
Exactly.
And has some accessibility. Now we come back to AI and to digital and internet distribution. That to me is one of the greatest opportunities for global cinema and global filmmakers, because the barriers to entry are far lower. When we had Fox International Productions, we even made a movie that actually people here might be familiar with, called My Name is Khan, with Shah Rukh Khan. And we were very proud of that film. But when we approached looking at distributing that film in the US, and I ran the studio, the millions of dollars that it would have cost to release that film in the States were challenging.
Really?
Today, that film would be on a streamer and would be accessible to people not only in the US, but all over the world. And the fact that you can now, with AI, dubbing, and other technologies, take a film in any language and make it accessible to any other language and on any other platform is a tremendous advantage to local filmmakers. And
it is not just about dubbing, even lip sync. I heard I can be an actor in French, and actually I am speaking French. It's not just dubbing.
Perfectly.
And it's just perfect, and you can place an actor anywhere in the world and actually make a scene.
Right.
And that will prove your point where you said, it has lower barriers, and you can actually make a lot of cultural differences in one movie and have your balance and maybe have it travel around the world,
Absolutely.
Amazing.
And you're seeing it, a lot of it. One of the platforms on the forefront of it, not the only one, but they have been on the forefront of it, has been Netflix. And they have taken a lot, and they had a massive success with Squid Games, but it's with a number of films, In the past, dubbing was just no way in the U.S. The U.S. market just hated dubbing because, as you said, the lips were out of sync, and it just looked phony, right? Today, that goes away. So I think it's a tremendous opportunity. The other thing that I think does affect, going back to the AI revolution, the ability to, one of the things that I mentioned, that Hollywood can make a $200 million movie. It's a little more difficult to do in a smaller market, in most markets in the world. But with virtual sets, with all of these technologies now and a lot of it is being developed here in the kingdom. I've already heard about this just in the day I've been here. A lot of these technologies, as they become easier and more available, allow filmmakers with relatively modest budgets to look like a very, very different movie than what you could make with physical sets and physical production.
Exactly. Speaking of growth and traveling globally, what are some of the most promising opportunities for growth and innovation in the film industry today? If I can ask you, how can industry professionals best capitalize on growth and innovation today?
Well, look, I think another aspect of technological change, my daughter is now in her 20s. She's been making movies since she was 8 years old, and with a phone, but with editing technologies, with sound, with music, with the integration. I mean, this was a kid, and actually she was pretty talented, but that's because she's my daughter. But the availability, in years past, if you were a young filmmaker coming out, you had to go see if you could get what's left over of 16 millimeter film and put it together and shoot a film and then splice it. That's ancient history, obviously, but today the tools available to emerging filmmakers are virtually unique in their ability to create and to realize their vision. And similarly, I think, once again, the barriers to entry. Now, you might make your film as an emerging filmmaker, and the only place you can find to put it is YouTube. But anyone can see it. Now, it might be difficult for them to find it, but once there are more than, you can see this in music, for example, that many people have been discovered and many great artists have found their way into a mainstream by simply creating on their own and then using platforms to expose and to make that available. So I do think that embracing the capabilities of modern technology, and then, as my friend Jim Cameron once said, just pick up he said camera, just pick up a camera or a phone and make something. Just do it. Create something. Learn from your creative process and experience what it is to take your vision and put it on the screen.
Amazing. Great. We spoke about current market trends, technological advancements, opportunities, challenges. I will open the floor for Q&A. Is that okay with you, Jim?
Sure.
If that's fine. If anyone has a question, please raise your hand. We'll hand you over a mic, and you can go ahead and ask Mr. Jim any questions you'd like. Please go ahead. Yeah, the mic is coming. Tfaddal.
Thank you. My name is Mahesh Nair. I am a writer and director from India who's here for this wonderful occasion. My question to you, Jim, is when big studios come to emerging markets, like they did when you were at Fox and they started Fox International, started India, and now when they're looking at Saudi Arabia, the easiest way they think they can do business is by getting the big names on board.
Is what? I'm sorry, I couldn't catch.
Is getting the big names on board, the talent, the best, most well-known actor, the biggest director. They think it's the easiest way rather than developing local IPs.
Right.
What is your take on that? I think that was one of the reasons 10 movies after Fox produced in India, they closed shop there.
Right.
So,
Thank you.
Well, you know, to make a movie with Shah Rukh Khan in India, intended for the U.S., and we shot a lot of it in the U.S., but is kind of a no-brainer. But when we made Slumdog Millionaire, we really discovered a lot of young local talent, and the film was a massive success, nominated for, I think, 13 Academy Awards. We won 6. So I think it varies. I think it's also a function of budget. You know, I hope this doesn't sound the wrong way, but I once said to a filmmaker, you know, creative freedom is inversely proportionate to budget, right? So it depends on your aspiration and how much you're willing to risk when you make a film, whether it's locally or in Hollywood. The more you spend, the more you're going to rely on big name talent because it defines the movie and makes it easier to market. If you're making a more modest production, as we did for many years at Fox at Searchlight, you know, you can afford to take more chances and try new talent and look for emerging talent and hopefully in the process develop, you know, a relationship with that talent. So it does vary, but I do think also that, you know, as I said, these technologies will make it easier to make more of a movie with less money. And doing that yields more originality, more creativity. Yes, creative risk, but sometimes and often a much better result for the audience and for the studio.
Great, thank you, Jim. I hope you got your answer. Another question? Your thumbs up, okay. Thought you had another question. Do we have another question? Anybody would like to ask Mr. Jim a question? Yes, please go ahead. Let's hand them over the mic. We have a couple of minutes so we can answer this question. Please go ahead.
Hey, great to have Jim here in Saudi Arabia. I worked for Fox back in, I started in 2000 when Jim was the chairman, and I was there for 13, 14 years in Australia and Sydney, right when Moulin Rouge was filmed with Baz Luhrmann. So I'm in Saudi Arabia now for 4 years, and my job here is to create an ecosystem in northwest of Saudi Arabia, a place called Neom. So besides incentives and the crews and, you know, facilities and all that sort of stuff, how do we effectively attract Hollywood to come to Saudi Arabia, do a meaningful production and leave something behind, you know, to help create the ecosystem, like Australia 25 years ago?
Right. Well, incentives and an extraordinary facility like the one being built or built in Neom are a great start. As you probably know, when you know, just looking at it from the Hollywood perspective and running studios all these years, when we would look at where to make a film, part of it was locations. They're becoming less important as virtual locations become more possible. But you would look at it in terms of cost and efficiency and external environment. And so cost incentives or production incentives were a great reason why we ended up making movies, particularly in Australia, not just because Baz lived there, but because Australia was a hospitable place that had production facilities, also had crews. One of the things that, you know, when we made Titanic years ago, we built right over the border, a few hours south of Los Angeles, we built a studio in Mexico, right? In Ensenada, right over the border. And the reason we built it was because there was no tank big enough anywhere in the world. So we had to build a studio to make the movie, which sounds crazy now, but it worked out. That studio never really gained momentum. Partly was a small subsidy in Mexico, but the real reason was there were no local crews. And we didn't have enough local staff and experienced crews adjacent to that facility, so that when we priced out subsequent movies, or when others priced out subsequent movies, and we made a couple of movies there, but when we priced the cost, we were bringing so many people from home that it didn't make sense, because they all needed 3 meals and a place to sleep and all of the rest. So I think that the thing that is sometimes overlooked is incentives, and physical production facilities are certainly critical, but there's also needs to be internships and apprenticeships and mentoring programs and the development of a consistency of crews, so that a foreign production coming in says, okay, I'm going to bring 10 people or 5 people or 15 people, but the other 100 people I'm going to source locally. And maybe the labor cost is lower, but really I don't have to bring these people. And the benefit for the host country, of course, is you attract more foreign production. But those same people are the people who are going to be making the local films. Those same people are going to be the people, some of whom will grow up to be the director or the assistant director or the script supervisor or the set designer and location manager, who will become the future of the production facility locally. So I think that's a very important thing which is sometimes overlooked. A building without a crew is just less efficient.
Amazing. Hearing it from one of the most experienced leaders in the film industry. I would like to end it with a word to the film industry in Saudi Arabia. Since we had the pleasure to have you here for the first time in Saudi Arabia, Jim, what would you say to the film industry in Saudi Arabia, having all these filmmakers in this place, people watching us live? Words from you would be appreciated.
Well, I just think in a very short period of time, the profile and the activity and the engagement that's coming out of Saudi Arabia is extraordinary. You know, for 20 years I traveled the world, and then for 20 years I ran studios, and this is my first time here, mainly because in the past there weren't as many opportunities to monetize our content. And that's all completely changed, and you can feel the energy here, both in its openness to content coming in and the growth in the cinema infrastructure, but also the excitement that local filmmakers have in making films and television and developing their craft. So it's just wonderful to see the level and the speed at which it has developed in a very short period of time.
They turn off my mic. Amazing. Thank you, Jim. I appreciate it. Thank you for being with us today. It was a great conversation. Please, a big round of applause for Jim.
Thank you very much.
And thank you so much.
Thank you.
مرحبا. والآن مع الجلسة الحوارية الثالثة بعنوان نمو المحتوى الدولي وفرص الاستثمار المحتملة. تستكشف هذه الجلسة التوسع الديناميكي للمحتوى الدولي والإمكانات الواعدة للاستثمار في صناعة الأفلام، بالإضافة إلى المعلومات حول كيفية تشكيل التعاونات الدولية وسرد القصص المتنوعة لمستقبل السينما، وتسلط الضوء على الفرص والتحديات التي يواجهها صناع الأفلام والمستثمرين في السوق العالمي، وكيف تضع المملكة العربية السعودية نفسها كلاعب محوري في هذا المشهد العالمي. ضيوف هذه الجلسة السيد جوناثان أولكسبرغ وديفيد أنجر، ويدير هذه الجلسة الإعلامية مشاعل الهويش.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you all for joining us in today's panel on the growth of international content and potential investment. The panel will explore the dynamic expansion of international content and the promising potential for investment within the film industry. Furthermore, the panel will highlight the opportunities and challenges faced by filmmakers and investors in navigating the international market, and how Saudi Arabia is positioning itself as a pivotal player in this global landscape. With that said, please give a warm welcome to our panelists for today's session. Mr. David Unger, CEO of Artist International Group, hello, and Mr. Jonathan Alsberg, Executive Chair and Founder of Alsberg SPI, hello, welcome. So, starting with the first question, or let's talk more about first of all, thank you for joining us today. As you are aware, Saudi Arabia is undertaking its journey to become a major player in international content creation, whether it's through supporting Hollywood productions, such as Kandahar, Sherry, and Malcolm X, or hosting renowned sports and gaming tournaments, such as the Esports World Cup 2024. So Saudi Arabia has demonstrably seen increasing demand as an ideal destination for international content creation. First question, let's start with this. Bearing this in mind, Mr. Alsberg, we'll start with here. Given your expertise in creative industry consulting, what has Saudi Arabia done to become an attractive destination for international filmmaking, and what impact has this made in creating greater opportunities for foreign investments in the kingdom?
Okay, thank you very much, and thank you for the invitation to be here. It's very good to be here once again. So, what has the kingdom done to become an attractive destination? I think, first of all, it's demonstrated substantial ambition and determination to build the sector and to become a global player in a very, very fast-paced way. So the strategies that are being developed by the Saudi Arabia Film Commission, by the Ministry of Culture, and also regional bodies like Film Al-Ula and NEOM, these are very sensible and focused and well-supported strategies. And when a country wants to get involved in this sector from a relatively low position, they need to have this kind of determination and these kind of resources, which the kingdom certainly has. In terms of attracting international productions, there are principally 4 pillars of strategy that's happening here in Saudi Arabia that you want to see in order to show the world that you're open for business. And these 4 pillars are basically incentives, infrastructure, workforce, and film friendliness. And I'll briefly touch on those. So, incentives, the world now has recognized the economic and cultural value of hosting and developing the film production sector. And one very successful way to do it is through the provision of incentives, rebates that reward production that takes place here. And this is a way of investing in the sector that's been very successful around the world. So that's incentives. And there are national incentives here, and there are regional incentives from the bodies that I mentioned. Secondly, infrastructure, physical infrastructure. The building of studios, which is happening here, and the creation of a domestic supply chain of vendors and suppliers for the production process. The third aspect is about human resources, about workforce, both above the line talent and below the line crew positions. And again, there's a determined effort here to train local individuals to take these positions, as well as obviously being willing to attract international people for these roles. And finally, film friendliness. What do I mean by that? It basically means when an international production is looking around the world for potential locations to shoot, if they have a movie or a TV series that could choose different places, they want to go to a destination that makes it easy, that's welcoming, that is on the front foot in terms of helping productions achieve what they want to achieve, whether it's permitting, customs, visas, access to locations, whatever it might be. And Saudi Arabia is certainly delivering on that perspective. And indeed, even on marketing the country to the global production community, organizations like the Saudi Arabia Film Commission, like Film Alula, NEOM, and others, have been attending international markets like Cannes and LA Week and AFM and others for many years. So there's this range of sort of strategic initiatives that are really delivering here. And I'm impressed at the speed and the confidence with which this is being done. Compared to many other countries, it takes a lot longer.
Yes, so it's the openness, the readiness to evolve more the film industry here in Saudi. Okay, so Mr. Unger, from your experience, or sorry, your perspective as someone with experience in television and film production, what are some major hurdles that you have faced when distributing international content, and what strategies have you or other within your field used to overcome them?
Well, first of all, thank you for having me. I'm delighted to be here. It is so exciting to see this incredible transformation in this country and the energy that you feel from all the creative people working here. They are vibrant and totally driven and committed to making great work. The most exciting thing for me is that we're at the very beginning of an incredible moment where the business, the entertainment business, the entertainment economy has been democratized. It's leveled because of streaming, because of the internet. And so a young filmmaker in Saudi Arabia has just as much chance as a young filmmaker in Brooklyn or in Soho in London to be discovered, because the barrier to entry is now level. And so what I'm excited is seeing how the kingdom has put so many resources in the hands of young talent, whether it's the Film Commission, as Jonathan said, or the Ministry of Culture, to give people an opportunity to go and tell those stories. The barriers to entry, really language is probably the most honest one to say, is, you know, we have this incredible opportunity now to share stories. We need to find a common language, and yes, there are technologies that make that easier, but I think it's about finding talent that are not afraid to tell those stories in other languages. I'm pointing to a film that Jim in the panel earlier mentioned in Slumdog Millionaire, where Slumdog Millionaire really crossed that boundary for so many people. It was a way to have a view into India and Indian culture. I'm very honored because I had the pleasure of being with Anil Kapoor on that journey as he became discovered in Hollywood. And Anil went on to go and make movies in Hollywood and Mission Impossible and other big blockbuster type movies. But those opportunities were given to him because he was in Slumdog Millionaire and because he was able to show the world that he spoke English beautifully and naturally can act in English and tell stories in English. So that was another example of how we can break those boundaries. Another is a movie like Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, which was an incredible way for the West to discover Asia. And what I'm hoping is that I can help Saudis find a way to tell those stories that play to the world, a version of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon for Saudi, or Slumdog Millionaire for Saudi, a way to tell stories that play to a larger market that travel beyond the borders of Saudi Arabia.
So here that we have a lot of, let's say, undiscovered stories to be told to the world, and this makes it an interesting place to make or produce more movies and more talents to the world.
I think there's a great history to this country. There are great stories. There's great vistas, great architecture, great landscapes, great people, great transitions, great evolution. Your story, backstage, she was telling me that she's a race car driver. I just thought, my God, what an amazing thing that here Mimi is racing cars. Someone should make a movie about women racing cars in Saudi Arabia.
Why not? Maybe.
That would be fabulous.
Interesting. Okay, so Mr. Osberg, we live in a time where the world has become more connected and globalized than ever before. Throughout your career in creative industry consulting, what key trends have you noticed regarding the rise of cross-culture narratives and their impact on global audience?
So there are a number of different trends that we've seen in the furtherance of cross-cultural approaches to making content. And the feature film industry has always been a very strong industry in seeking these relationships. In Europe and several other countries, we have a history of co-production, treaty co-productions, where basically filmmakers from 2 or 3 or more countries find a way to work together under a legal structure, a treaty co-production, where the film that they're making becomes a national film in each of the countries that are partners, and accordingly can get access to the funding and support found in each country. And it feels to me that actually in this region of the world, there's potential for a kind of a co-production structure, a bit like we have in Europe, which is called Eurimage, where different countries in the region can find ways to work together. And another way in which this cross-cultural collaboration starts is through training and career development, particularly in the creative aspects of writing and directing. Again, there has been, in different parts of the world, but in Europe for many years, publicly funded multicultural training programs in the art of developing and creating content, where different countries, public bodies get together to create courses, bringing together talent from different countries, and they focus on upskilling the individuals, therefore naturally creating bonds between these participants who then go on to make movies together. But I think another trend that was touched upon in the last panel has been, and David I'm sure has got a lot of experience with this, has been to look at the avenues through which content reaches audiences. And we've all seen the growth of the streaming services pre-COVID and post-COVID. And it's remarkable to me how these bodies, these companies have found a way to make content in local languages. They call them local language originals, and stories and with talent from a particular country, that you would think might only be of interest to the people from that country. But as Jim Janopoulos was explaining recently, when you get authentic local content that has potentially international themes, it can be a very successful result. And the streaming services are particularly well placed to help bring those films or TV series to the market. And obviously there are some renowned examples of that. You know, a Korean language show like Squid Games, for example, or a Spanish language show like Casa de Papel, both in this case from Netflix. Very authentic, original local stories in local language that have found a way to reach an international market. And one of the things that is really interesting about these companies, these streaming companies in particular, is when you actually talk to the people who work there in their global activities, you do meet people from lots and lots of different countries, which is something I don't think we would have seen in the traditional Hollywood studios 20, 30 years ago. So I think both the creating of the content collaboration and major corporations having a business model that brings content from local, authentic places to the world are two really important trends that I'm sure are going to continue.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Mr. Unger, I understand that your company plays a key role in talent acquisition and media finance. With these two in mind, what are some key initiatives that Saudi Arabia has taken to foster international collaborations and promote its presence in global film industry?
Well, I think Jonathan alluded to it earlier in the conversation. The Saudi film industry has done a wonderful job at showcasing their desire to be a global player. I think the Red Sea Film Festival has been a fabulous showcase for Saudi talent, for creating a community and building a bridge between Saudi and the rest of the world. That's how I became first involved in Saudi, by attending the Red Sea Film Festival and their events in Cannes. Their events are fabulous. They do a beautiful job at bringing in the best of Saudi. And that was a wonderful way for me as someone from Hollywood to meet people in Saudi and build my network here. I would encourage more of that to be done. I would encourage more showcases of the talent, having the talent be able to show their work or perform there. I mean, so much of what is done traditionally in the Western or American film industry is actors perform showcases. A series like Baby Reindeer, for example, which is a huge hit on Netflix, that was discovered at the Edinburgh Fringe, where the performer-writer performed that show as a one-man show, and everyone fell in love with this, and Netflix bought it and made a show out of it. Perhaps there's an opportunity for Saudi to have its own version of that, where they could showcase Saudi talent in real life, in a physical space. The other way to do it, as my friends at Telfaz have done, is using YouTube and other streaming platforms and social media platforms to really showcase their work and find a global audience that way. It's remarkable what Telfaz has done using YouTube as a platform and seeing what they've done to really showcase their talent using modern means. And that's what I think is so exciting about what's happening in Saudi. It's going to be mobile first, social media first, AI first. All of that innovation is going to come from here because it's not beholden to the legacy structure, the legacy process of traditional Hollywood or traditional media.
Interesting. Okay, so talking more about talent, like you're the CEO of a talent group. Let's talk more about fresh talents. Like, how can one start or know where to start, and how important is having a talent management in starting one's career?
Well, talent could only take their own career so far on their own, and so they need to have a team behind them that can help promote them, support them, give them the tools and the tactics to go and share their talent with other talented people to go create work. That means you have to have a talent infrastructure in Saudi, and that doesn't quite exist yet fully. I'm hoping I could lead the change in that by helping very talented people have that system. it needs to have training, you know, acting schools, drama schools, theater schools, film schools, talent representation businesses, publicity companies. Those are all going to come in line. They're already existing here in a nascent form. They're going to be best in class soon because of what I said earlier. They're not going to be beholden by all the old systems, and they're going to be able to go and showcase their talent in more innovative ways and more dynamic ways and really be a part of the vision.
Mr. Yes, just to add something, I was talking about Saudi's national strategy for developing the sector, that there's definitely a role for the public sector, which is being taken on here by the Ministry of Culture and other entities, in supporting talent, in bringing their ideas on film to the screen. You know, making a movie is an expensive proposition. And if you're an independent filmmaker and you're not making, you know, if you don't have Marvel or Disney behind you, if you're not bringing a piece of content to an audience that they can already recognize, you know, the characters, if you've got an original idea, it's a bit like you're making a prototype, and there's risk involved. So in order to shelter some of that risk, many governments create, as is happening here, investment funds that are willing to target new talent that has fresh ideas, that has content ideas that for a variety of different audiences, that maybe the marketplace itself isn't going to automatically finance 100%, but where it's worth the public sector putting some investment into these films, if we're talking about films, in order to nurture these nursery slopes of the talent that you're talking about. And this is a strategy used by many, many countries. It's not used quite so much anymore in more mature markets, but certainly, you know, with the Cultural Development Fund you have here and other funds, with the Film Commission and the Ministry of Culture and others, there's an opportunity. And even thinking about this concept of maturity, in the UK 25 years ago, we were involved in the creation of a new public fund to invest in content, but it had two different funds with two different strategies. One was called the Premier Fund, and that was looking for really obviously commercial British pieces of content that were brought to this fund, and they backed them, but they backed them with the objective, pretty much, mostly, of making money, of making a return. So they were pretty obvious candidates, and they didn't come from very many new, unproven filmmakers. But at the same time, this is 25 years ago, but at the same time they created something called the New Cinema Fund. And this was deliberately targeting unheard voices, young voices, new types of content, difficult types of content possibly, addressing more challenging topics that weren't necessary for everybody. But it was important to give audiences an opportunity to see different types of content, and it was important to let filmmakers have an opportunity to make the kind of content that the commercial market on its own wouldn't support. And what has happened, I mean, we don't have that fund anymore, but many of the filmmakers from the UK who got their first film funded by that fund have gone on to be major talents in Hollywood and remaining in the UK. And indeed, you know, Britain's very lucky because we share almost the same language with America. There are some differences, but I'm, you know, and making content in English also works for these streamers. I noticed that Netflix recently announced that the country outside of the US that makes shows that are most popular on Netflix is actually the UK. So the reindeer is an example of one of them. So the role, you know, the strategic role of the public sector in supporting new and emerging talent is critical, especially in a market that's coming relatively new to the sector. Although the country is not a new country. So the number of stories and the heritage here that could be very well translated onto screen is very substantial.
I think also what we were talking about before the panel was the challenges for individual production companies Like as you said, like an example of Marvel, they would go to a Marvel movie, but you might be hesitant to go to a new production film. Can you elaborate on that some more, please? And how can it be overcome, let's say?
Well, I'm probably going to suggest this is something more for David, who has much more of a direct relationship with talent than I do. But one of the things that in my career, I was an independent producer in the past and a distributor, is it's very hard for independent filmmakers who are not part of a big, diversified, vertically integrated organization. It's very hard for independent filmmakers to actually have an idea, to know what it is that audiences might want. They can't market test, ideas or shoot scenes and test it out with focus groups. So I always encourage independent filmmakers to try and create relationships up that value chain with the distribution entities so that at least they can have conversations about what might work in different markets. But David, this is much more your area than mine.
I think it's about being authentic and having a voice. And I'm fascinated and passionate about finding those voices. I saw a commercial today, for example, for the big tennis match that's coming up with Djokovic that a Saudi ad agency called Big Time Creative created. That is one of the best commercials I've ever seen. And it was dazzling. It was a Marvel movie. And the creatives that made this commercial are Saudi. I want to see these guys make movies. It was as good as anything Marvel's done. And so those authentic voices are here. They need to be discovered and nurtured and championed. And they need to find an audience. Getting back to the Telfaz example, which I'm passionate about, they found a community. A Telfaz piece of content or a movie means something to a community of people. I love that. I love that they've found their people. And there are studios in America that, like A24, have found their people. And so if you see an A24 movie, you know what that is. If you see a Telfaz movie, you know what that is. There's a community behind that. And I think that what's going to be exciting is to see how the Saudis support and champion those communities and grow those communities outside the borders of Saudi Arabia.
That's interesting. Okay, so we have touched upon key trends of rising cross-cultural narratives and their impact on global audience. From a filmmaker's perspective, what challenges will arise from these trends, let's say, and what support would you like to see from industry regulators to help tackle them? Like we talked about, like how here it's in Saudi they're very welcoming to to film industry and filmmaking. But what would you like to see? What might arise, or what tackle the problems that arrive that you want to see regulators facilitating these issues that might arise?
Well, one proven way of doing this, I talked about co-production treaties before as a way of putting different creatives from different countries together. And I talked about training across different, with participants from different countries. Another aspect of this is to help the talent internationalize their network. How do you do that? Well, you do that by bringing international partners here to Saudi, like happens at this event or at the film festivals. But you also do it by taking, promising Saudi talent to the world. So if I'm sure it already happens, but probably could happen more. Take them to the big international markets like the Cannes Film Festival, or Venice or Berlin. Give them an opportunity in a structured way to engage with other creators, including from this region. I mean, there have been some initiatives already. In Qatar, the Doha Film Institute has been running for many years an event, I think it's called Kumra, which brings together regional filmmakers with regional and international financiers and distributors, etc. And it feels to me that that's been pretty successful. And the Doha Film Institute has invested in a lot of films from the region that have actually done quite well in film festivals and what have you. And I think there's probably something that Saudi could be doing along those lines as well.
Perfect. Okay, so if we would like to talk more about the Saudi film industry, what is, let's say, like comparing it to different industries, what is its unique strengths that shows it more? Like, okay, let me rephrase that. So, Saudi is becoming one of the strong film industries and is aiming to produce a lot of movies. So, comparing it to different established film industries, how important are the strengths we have here in solidifying the future of the Saudi film industry, or the uniqueness we have here from making it like a stronger film industry?
I feel very emboldened by the energy I feel in talking to Saudi creatives in the film business here. It's like nothing I've seen anywhere in the world. Because of its newness, there's a vibrancy that is so palpable. Because of the enthusiasm, because of the support they have from their government, because they're not limited by any creative constraints. You know, Hollywood has lived and made films the same way for 100 years, or more than 100 years now. Films are supposed to be a certain running time. They're supposed to be seen in theaters. They're supposed to star these certain people. Those rules are all now broken. And so social media has changed those things. Digital technology has changed those things. Running times will change. Subject matters will change. All of that's going to change. And I think it's a region like this region that might be at the vanguard of that change because it's not beholden to subscribe by the rules. And that's exciting to me. And the fact that the leadership of the country is so behind it, because the youth is so empowered, that's going to be so exciting. That's so unique to this specific country. There's no other country in the world that has those themes.
Different cities, different places.
There's nowhere else.
Interesting. Okay, Mr. Jonathan, we can have your take about
Yeah, well, first of all, there are some attributes of being Saudi that are important regardless of it being the film industry. It's a large country with a large population, including a large young population. And those are all fundamentals that are important for a film industry. You've got a domestic market that is big enough to support content that you want to make. I saw a film in Cannes this year, Noura, that was a relatively modestly budgeted film that was made for this market, did quite well, I believe, here. And I think there are lots of other examples. Also, you speak a language in Arabic that is the language of a major diaspora around the world. So your market is not just Saudi Arabia, it's the other Arab-speaking countries in the region and the diaspora of Arab-speaking people around the world. So you've already got those automatic, built-in advantages that are important to have. But then I want to talk about things we've mentioned before. The fact that you've got a determination to build an industry and putting resources and sensible strategies behind it is really, really important. And it is, I don't see that determination and that ambition and that capacity in many other countries that are getting into this market. I mean, there have been other countries in this region that have, dabbled in the industry, let's say, that have been in and sometimes out, that are not as big as this country, but have been, making films for longer, or making international films for longer. But I think it's different here. Look at this event in this huge building with all these people. I mean, you don't find that in other places. Also, one thing you have here, actually, is NBC. You've got a major international scale national broadcaster that is investing a lot in content, that has capacity, that has facilities, that has infrastructure, that trains talent. And that is also something that's very, very beneficial to have.
Okay, I would like to address as well the global content production ecosystem. This question is for both of you, of course. What key trends have you both observed in content investment from major studios and streamers, and what impact will this have on the kingdom's growing content creation industry?
Okay, so I mentioned the streamers' successes with local language originals. I don't know what the trend has been in the last 5 to 8 years of the percentage of content on the streaming services that come from outside the USA. But I know it's increasing. It's increasing a lot. We did an analysis of global production in film, in scripted television, drama content, and feature film content. I think this was 2019 was the last time we did this. And this was looking at the streamers, and the US streamers, the heritage studios, and other major producers around the world. The total volume of production in dollar terms of this kind of content was $177 billion. Now, this was just before COVID. We know that's dipped, but it's coming back up again. But one of the interesting statistics we found was that although of that 177 billion, 60% of those budgets were funded by US-based companies, but only 40% of the content was filmed in the US. And I think that trend has increased. So I think Saudi Arabia's ability to capture its share and expand its share of that kind of international production. And these are both productions that are what we call footloose productions. They might decide to shoot here, or they could go to Morocco or somewhere else. So they're international, not necessarily based on stories from here, although they could be. But there's also domestic, local, independent, heritage productions, let's call it. And I think there's a huge opportunity for this country, bearing in mind its size, its stories, its language, to increase its market share of both these types of productions.
Sir David?
All I keep thinking about is that everyone in this room, needs to continue building bridges and reaching out and traveling and learning from each other. And if you look at the examples of the movies I mentioned earlier in Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, and Slumdog Millionaire, you realize that people had to displace themselves to go make those movies. Ang Lee, who is from Taiwan, studied filmmaking in New York, and then he chose to go back to China to make a movie about China that played to the rest of the world. And so it's that back and forth that I'm talking about. That's interesting to me. Danny Boyle is a British filmmaker making a film in India for that movie to show India to the world. And so if we're really trying to grow the Saudi film industry, we need to think beyond the borders of Saudi Arabia. We need to travel. We need to learn languages. We need to expose the culture here, there, and to embrace the culture there, here. And that bridge building needs to happen. And so whatever the mechanisms that we need to put in place in order to achieve that, that's the only way this gets done. It's more dialogue, it's more conversation, it's more exchange.
Interesting.
Yeah, just to extend that point a little bit in terms of public strategy for the sector. This sector has a rather unique attribute. Well, it has several unique attributes. But one of them is its ability, when you're making content about the people, the history, the heritage, the locations of this country, when you're making that content and it gets seen around the world, you've got, in addition to the benefits of having, invested in that film and the money spent here, the economic benefits, you've also got a potential tourism benefit, which, and we all know through shows like Lord of the Rings, and there are dozens and dozens of films and TV shows, Game of Thrones, even smaller individual pictures and TV series. We know the way that a tourism decision is made. A very influential element of that decision, and the decision to be a tourist somewhere is a lot of factors. But when audiences see a piece of content that they like and enjoy, especially if it's in the cinema or at other kind of shared leisure or entertainment experience, the enjoyment of that stays with those people in a latent way for a long time. So when a decision is being made in the future about should we go to Saudi Arabia, well, I remember seeing that film about whatever it was that was shot in Alula and it was incredible or whatever. So this kind of additional benefit to the tourism sector is a major reason why quite a few governments around the world support this sector. In fact, countries like Thailand, the Thailand Film Commission is part of the Ministry of Tourism. The other aspect to this, which is important for this country, I know, is the so-called soft power aspects of it. You know, a similar way to tourism, when a piece of content from this country is shown and enjoyed around the world, then the people get a better understanding, hopefully, of the nature of the country, its people, its stories, its heritage. And that kind of soft power element and benefit is, again, something that's pretty unique to our industry.
So we're looking at a bright future for Saudi film industry. David Unger and Jonathan Osberg, thank you very much for sharing your time and your insights in today's session. It was a very interesting panel, and I'm sure our guests have enjoyed their time. If anyone would like to ask a question from the guests to our panelists. Okay.
My name is Rafiq. I am coming from Kerala, India. I came all the way to attend this conference only for knowing about how Saudi is making way for the other movie makers, because I have some ideas and content. I just want to add the point David and Jonathan contributed, that bridging gaps. Bridging gaps is very important, because Saudi Arabia and this part of Middle East is the 50% of the total migrant population is having. So there must be stories of migrant workers also, give and take. The workers who spend all their life here, they have cultural collaboration with this society, and they all benefited after this long period of their living here. So there must be some space for people who are ready to make some stories out of their lives. So there should be some way for bringing such stories also. So then only this growth of content, international content, will be developed from here. What is your opinion about the people who are living here? They don't have any face, they don't have any values, but they are the one actually built and support this country.
I'm not sure I heard the question perfectly, but what I would say to you is that the stories that any country wants to show on screen, you know, can be from any part of society, from any group of people who have whatever opinion they may have. And our industry, generally speaking, is pretty good at being open to listening, to wanting to hear stories from a wide range of people. And I think when we look at films or drama series from new countries, we often do see the impact of other cultures in those stories. So I don't know that there's any particular need or strategy to legislate for this variety of input for stories. I think what's most important is the individual filmmakers, you know, have ideas that they want to tell, that are genuine, that are authentic, that are actually well thought through, where they have a bit of an idea of what the market is, and they have the skills and determination to bring those stories to the screens.
Any more questions? Okay. Thank you very much for your time with us. It was a very interesting panel, and I hope that everyone here enjoyed their time with this beautiful discussion. Thank you very much, David, and thank you very much, Jonathan. Thank you.
مرحبا. والآن مع الجلسة الحوارية الرابعة بعنوان تجارب محلية في القطاع. تستعرض هذه الجلسة واحدة من أبرز التجارب المحلية وأسباب نجاحها. ضيف هذه الجلسة فيصل الدوخي، وهو ممثل مسرحي وسينمائي وشريك مؤسس في بلاك لايت وبيت الكوميديا. تدير هذه الجلسة الإعلامية رؤى مدني.
أهلا وسهلا جميعا. احنا متشرفين بوجودكم جميعا، واليوم أنا متشرفة بمحاورة المبدع فيصل الدوخي.
طول عمرك، شكرا لك. شكرا لحضوركم الجميل، وإن شاء الله تدوم هذه الجماعات الطيبة ونستفيد منها أكثر، وأنا سعيد بعد بوجودي معك.
شكرا. طيب فيصل، خلينا نبدأ كده. نتكلم عن أكثر مشروع أثر عليك مهنياً.
إذا تكلم على، يعني إحنا في قطاعات كثيرة، بس إذا بتكلم على الأفلام فهو فيلم حد الطار. وإذا تكلم على المسلسلات أعتقد مسلسل خيوط المعازيب هو اللي أثر فيني كثير. إذا تكلمنا عن المسرحيات فهي مسرحية حبل الغسيل. حب المسرح قاعد يدخل شوي.
طيب أبغى أتكلم شوية بس عن جزئية حد الطار. حد الطار كانت قصة محلية بحتة وراحت دولياً، وأنت فزت بأهم ممثل فيها بالأفضل ممثل. حد الطار، هل تعتقد أنه المحتوى المحلي لما يكون محلي لهذه الدرجة بيكون مرغوب عالمياً؟
طبعاً. حد الطار مثل ما تفضلتي فيلم يعني كان من كتابة مفرج المجفل وإخراج عبد العزيز الشلاحي، وكان من أجمل الأعمال اللي أنا اشتغلت فيها بسبب ارتباط قصته بالقصص المحلية، وهي قصة محلية فعلا يعني، وكان يشد الناس برا يعني، سواء في المهرجانات. هو حقق أكثر من جائزة يعني في أكثر من دولة، في أكثر من مهرجان معروف دولي. وأيضا حنا زملائنا العرب والغير عرب أيضا لما يشوفون الفيلم يتأثرون بالفيلم كثير، ويتأثرون بقصته، ويتفاجئون من بعض التفاصيل المحلية اللي هم مو شايفينها من قبل. فأنا أعتقد أن فعلا إذا حرصنا على محلية الفيلم أو المشروع نفسه، سواء فيلم أو مسلسل، راح ينعكس بشكل كبير. أنا أتمنى أشوف وأنبسط لما أشوف فيلم هندي وأشوف الثقافة الهندية وأتعلم أشياء كثير من الهند أو من أوروبا أو من أمريكا أو من تركيا، أي مكان. فأنا تشدني هذه الثقافة وأشوفها وأتعلمها وأعرف ثقافات الغير. بالطبع العكس، لما يجي واحد من الهند وده يشوف شيء من الثقافة السعودية الحقيقية وفي أي دولة أيضا في العالم.
كثير من صناع الأفلام أو الممثلين يعتقدوا أن هم لو اشتغلوا في مشاريع خلينا نقول أجنبية أو زي ما يقولوا يعني تجارب مختلطة ما بين أجنبية محلية، أنهم حينشهروا أكثر أو حيعرفوا أكثر.
أنا أيضا التجارب المختلطة إذا سميناها بهذا الشكل أنا أفضلها وأحبها، ولكن هي ما تفيد في الانتشار، هي تفيد في الخبرة المختلفة، الخبرة اللي أنا متعود أشتغلها مع زملائي. أنا رحت اشتغلت مع واحد مثلا في مصر وتعلمت منه كثير، وهم أساتذة في السينما، أستفيد منها وأجي أعكسها على زملائي في القطاع هنا. أيضا لما نشتغل مع أحد في جنوب أفريقيا في كيب تاون ولا في بريطانيا ولا في لبنان، في أي دولة، أنا قاعد أخذ اكسبيرينس مختلف. أنا انبسط كثير لما ندخل مشروع ويقولون معنا مثلا الستانت يكون من صربيا، انبسط كثير مع اني ما اعرف اسولف كثير معهم، بس أجلس معهم أتعلم كيف يحضرون، كيف يتجهزون، كيف يبدون الأكشن. فلما أجي أجلس مع الشباب بنصور فيلم هنا في السعودية، أقول لهم ترى هم يسوون كذا والشباب المصريين يسوون كذا، في منطقة نلتقي فيها كلنا. فإحنا هنا نستفيد من الخبرات المختلفة. بس كانتشار ما أعتقد أني أنا أفضلها. أنا ما أحس أني ميت أني أشتغل فيلم في هوليوود، بقد ما أنا ميت وحريص أني أطلع بفيلم سعودي محلي لهوليوود.
صحيح. شفنا كثير بعض المحتوى يكون محلي بحت ولكن يفتقر للمحلية. إيش تعتقد الأسباب؟
هذا يكمل كلامنا اللي قبل شوي، إن أنت بتفتحين تفتح جروحي. أحيانا يكون القائمين على العمل يكونون سعوديين، ولكن يكون اللي قائم على فريق الآرت أو الديكور أو فريق الإكسسوارات غير سعوديين، وطبعا حنا نرحب فيهم ومبسوطين أنهم يشتغلون معنا، ولكن فهمهم للثقافة يكون أضعف من فهم السعودي لثقافته، وهذا طبيعي. فأنا دائما أوصي أن لو كان في مشرف ثقافي سعودي بيكون الموضوع أفضل. فكثير أعمال حنا نشتغلها تشوفين الممثلين نفسهم السعوديين يقولون لا ترى ما يصير كذا، يصير كذا، ترى حنا ما نسوي كذا، نسوي كذا. فيكون عندي هم أصلا. أنا قاعد في اللوكيشن قبل ما يقولون أكشن تشوفيني يلتفت كذا، أتأكد، خايف، يدي على قلبي إني أطلع بصورة مو حلوة، فنلحق على شيء وشيء ما نقدر نلحق عليه. هذا غير اللي يجي يقول لا احنا ماخذين عليه موافقة وهذا صحيح. انت ممثل مو شغلك هذا. ولكن لو كان في مشرف ثقافي موجود يمنع هذا الشيء، يقول لا السعودي حتى لو كان غني في وجبة معينة يحب ياكلها على الأرض. ما ينفع سعودي يكون مستوى دخله متوسط أو أقل ويكون عنده في البيت طاولة طعام وياكل كل الوجبات فيها ويفطر صحن خيار وصحن زيتون وصحن. حنا مو كذا. أنا أفطر الصباح كبدة ومقلقل واروح للدسم. هذا طبيعتنا. فهذه التفاصيل يعرفها المشرف الثقافي.
طيب خلينا نرجع.
ما أدري إذا أنا جاوبت سؤالك ولا لا.
ممتاز.
يعني ركزت في المقلقل كثير.
وبعدين حنخش على نشوف إذا هم معك في المقلقل ولا في صحن الخيار مع الشباب.
كلها
طيب.
أهم شيء نعبي البطن يعني.
احنا نبغى نرجع شوية كمان لتجربتك أنت بدأت مسرحي.
صح.
واليوم احنا بنشوفك في السينما وفي النص شفناك في الدراما وبنشوفك في الدراما لازلنا. انت فين قلبك اكثر؟
لا القلب مع الكل. هو انا اذا يوم كنت في المسرح كنت اقول قلبي مع المسرح وما لي شغل لا في سينما ولا. يوم رحت السينما قلت لا قلبي مع السينما. فهي كلها تجارب بالنسبة لي حلوة واستمتع فيها، واحرص كل سنة انه يكون عندي يعني السينما ما نقدر نلعب فيها كثير، فما تقدر تخليها كل سنة عندك كممثل. ولكن المسرح والدراما أنا مهتم إني كل سنة أكون أقل شيء عندي مسلسل وعندي مسرحية. أنا بدايتي فعلا كانت مسرح وتأسست مسرح، ويعني أخذت كورسات كثيرة في المسرح، ومن ضمن كورسات المسرح في كورس واحد نقلنا إلى السينما. فخذت تجربة بعدها أفلام قصيرة واستمريت في أفلام القصيرة، وهنا دخلت الدراما إلى ما وصلنا للفيلم الطويل. وكنت فخور أني يعني سويت هذا الفيلم. بالنسبة لي إنجاز كان، حتى التوقيت حقه كان 10 سنوات من دخولي للمجال كله، فكنت فخور بتجربتي. والآن موجودين يعني في السينما وفي المسرح في الدراما، فأنا أحبهم كلهم، وأنا أحس أن التأسيس في المسرح مرة قوي يعني أحبه.
نبغى نتكلم شوية عن الأفلام القصيرة. دوبك أنت قلت أنه أنت تحب الأفلام القصيرة.
صح.
ليش تحبها؟
الأفلام القصيرة الفئة المستهدفة لها مو كبيرة جدا، فهو منطقة أو مساحة أقدر أجرب فيها وألعب فيها وأخطي فيها بقد ما أقدر، فأنا ما عندي مشكلة. غير كذا تحس أنك واحد من المجموعة اللي قاعد يشتغلون في بلدك في السعودية. فلما يجي مخرج طالب جامعي ويقول أنا عندي أول فيلم قصير لي ودي تمثل معي، أنا أنبسط لما أشتغل معه، لأن أحس أن عندي تجربة بسيطة أقدر أنقلها له، وأقدر أتعلم التجربة الجديدة اللي داخلة على السوق هذه إيش بتسوي فيني مستقبلا. فهذا أعتقد أنه ذراع يعطيني استمرارية في المجال وتواجد، وأحس أني أيضا أتعلم من أساتذتي اللي سبقوني في المجال، وأخص يعني الأستاذ إبراهيم الحساوي، فهو عنده التواجد في الأفلام القصيرة بشكل كبير. فأنا ودي أخذ هذا المنحى، أني أنا أستمر طول عمري عندي لياقة الفيلم القصير، وعندي لياقة أني ألتفت لزملائي حتى لو كانت تجربتهم صغيرة مو كبيرة.
في مهرجانات كثير تعنى جزء منها بالأفلام القصيرة، ومؤخرا للأسف حسينا في شح في الأفلام القصيرة
في السعودية.
صحيح.
صح. والسبب واضح، اللي هو يعني مهرجان أفلام السعودية هو جمعنا كلنا في البدايات، ولازم إذا ذكرنا المهرجان نذكر الأستاذ والشاعر الجميل أحمد الملا، هو عراب هذا المهرجان وعراب أغلب السينمائيين. فالبداية كانت كل الصناع يسوون أفلام قصيرة ويجربون ويغلطون، فكنا مجتمعين مع بعض. كبر المجال شوي، فالأغلب تحول إلى مشاريع أفلام طويلة، فالممثلين راحوا هناك، الصناع صاروا يركزون على الأفلام الطويلة، فصار في إهمال للأفلام القصيرة، وصار مختصر الأفلام القصيرة على الجديد اللي داخل مجال مؤخرا، يعني اللي توه داخل المجال يجرب فيلم قصير بعدين يروح يشتغل فيلم طويل. وأنا دائما أحرص على الزملاء المخرجين أن ارجعوا سووا أفلام قصيرة، حتى لو سويت فيلم طويل، فيلمين طويلين، ارجع سوي لك فيلم قصير استمتع فيه مع زملائك، وما ياخذ وقت، تحضيره شهر، تصويره 5 أيام 6 أيام، ما بعد التصوير أسبوعين أنت مقفل الدنيا، فما ياخذ منك وقت. وأيضا الكوست حقه مو مرة مكلف كبجت، فهذا اللي غيب الفيلم القصير، وأتمنى أنهم يرجعون. وأنا يعني احنا أيضا نرحب بالمشاهدين عبر القناة الثقافية، أنا أعلنها يعني هنا وعبر القناة الثقافية الMBC الثقافية، أن أنا مرحب أني أشتغل فيلم قصير، ومو شرط فيلم في السنة، مرحب أني أشتغل 10 أفلام قصيرة في السنة.
أنا أشعر أنه الأفلام القصيرة تعطي لياقة للممثلين وصناع الأفلام، تخليهم مستمرين زي ما حضرتك قلت، تخليهم عندهم تكنيك جديدة، تخليهم متواجدين، تطلع بأفكار جديدة، وفي منها بعض الأفلام تطور وتصبح فيتشرز لما تكون.
يس إذا تسمحين لي أستشهد في شيء، في فيلم قصير ما أقدر أذكر اسمه لأنه يعني دخل في مشكلة الفيلم وما طلع، في 2017 في الربع الأول كنا نصوره، وكان عندي تكنيك في التمثيل أستخدمه أنا دائما من بداية الشغل يعني، فاستخدمته وكان درامي الفيلم مرة، استخدمت هذا التكنيك، وكان في مشهد، وراح أقول التكنيك هو يسمونه الذاكرة الانفعالية، والمعروف في الخليج الذاكرة الانفعالية يستخدمونه أن أنت إذا تبغى تبكي تذكر شيء بكاك في الحقيقة وابكي عليه الحين مع الأكشن. فأنا كنت أستخدمه هذا، وكان وقتها الوالد الله يرحمه متوفي في ديسمبر 2016، فكان باقي الأثر موجود، والفيلم مشهدي أدفن أبوي بالفيلم، فقالوا أكشن وجيت أنا طبعا قبل يقولوا أكشن تذكرت أبوي يعني توه متوفي، فجيت على القبر وبديت أبكي، فجأة انهرت لأني يعني عطيت أوفر عن الفيلم أصلا علاقتي مع أبوي مو قوية، ما أحتاج أني أبكي لهذه الدرجة، فكان بالنسبة لي غلط، فوقفت تصوير. وكانت المخرجة هاجر نعيم الله يذكرها بالخير تفهمت الموضوع، قلت لها نوقف تصوير وبكرة نرجع. فلما وقفنا التصوير رجعت البيت وقعدت أحاول أسوي لي عصف ذهني إن كيف أحل هذه المشكلة، وقعدت أبحث، فاكتشفت إن في طريقة إنك أنت تكتب باك ستوري للقصة للشخصية عفوا، وتعرف حذافير الشخصية نفسها، ولما تدخل مع الأكشن تستشعر المشاعر الحقيقية، يعني تستحضرها المشاعر الحقيقية للشخصية مو أنت. فحطيت علاقتي مع أبوي بالفيلم علاقة طويلة يعني من الابتدائي المتوسط، كيف غلطت في هذه اللحظة في المدرسة وكيف. وجيت جلست مع هاجر قلت لها خلينا نسوي شيء اسمه كرسي الاعتراف. هذا معروف كرسي الاعتراف، اني اقعد قدامها بالشخصية وهي تبدأ تسألني أسئلة في الشخصية وأنا أجاوبها. فحتى الأشياء اللي ما كتبتها أبدأ أرتجل وأثبتها في مخي. فبدأت تسألني وبديت أجاوب، وفي أسئلة كانت ثقيلة شوي وبديت أبكي مع الشخصية مو مع فيصل. فقلت لها احنا جاهزين، وسويت الفيلم وسويت أداء فيه أنا بالنسبة لي كان أفضل أداء سويته في حياتي وعلمني كثير. الفيلم كان فيه مشكلة تقنية وما طلع، بس بعد هذا الفيلم اتبعت هذا الستايل وحاولت أنشره بين أصدقائي، وأعتقد أنه الستايل السليم. أنا أدخل فيلم أو مسلسل كقاتل يقولون تسراب، خلص الفيلم قالوا فركش، أرجع بعد ساعتين أنا فيصل الدوخي ولا علي من شيء، أطلع من راسي على طول بكل سهولة، أدخل وبكل سهولة أطلع. ساعدني كثير كيف ألعب بالشخصية، ساعدني كيف أرتاح نفسيا أصلا، ما أتعلق بالشخصيات، ما أتعلق بالقصص. أنا عندي قصة وعندي باك ستوري لها أستحضرها في هذه اللحظة وأنساها إذا طلعت، أنساها بطريقة أني أرجع لحياتي الطبيعية، أرجع لأسرتي، أرجع لأصدقائي وأرجع أعيش حياتي الطبيعية. فهذا مثال بس أن الفيلم القصير تقدر تستفيد منه، لأن لو فيلم طويل وجيت للمخرج وقلت له ممكن نوقف التصوير اليوم، بيقول لي امسك الباب بجيب ممثل بدالك توكل على الله، لأن في بجت وفي ميزانيات.
البجت لو سمحت أنا منتج البجت.
بالضبط.
طيب من الشورت فيلم إيش علاقتك بالحرس الوطني؟
الحرس الوطني طبعا وزارة الحرس الوطني في لها حب وانتماء ولا بشكل غير طبيعي. أنا موظف في الحرس الوطني من سنوات في تخصصي الفعلي، أنا مالية محاسبة، وكنت موظف في الإدارة المالية. فمع الشغل خلاص جيت أبغى أستقيل وأركز على التمثيل وعلى صناعة الأفلام. فقالوا لي إن في إدارة في مركز الاتصال والإعلام ودهم يسوون يصنعون أفلام قصيرة تعكس قصص حقيقية للأبطال اللي في الحد الجنوبي والأبطال اللي قاعد يحفظون هذه الأرض المباركة. فقلت حلو هذا مكاني يعني. فرحت اجتمعت مع الأستاذ رائد المنطيري المشرف العام على مركز الاتصال والإعلام، واتفقنا أن احنا نشتغل مع بعض على مشروع، أنه يكون عندنا مشروع رسمي في اليوم الوطني كفيلم قصير إعلاني للحرس الوطني، ولكن نقدمه بفيلم قصير يحكي قصة وفيها دراما وبدينا في سام عزي، وبدينا وبعدها 10 واحد، وبعدها عيالي فداها، ومؤخرا السنة هذه كان العمل طبعا من إخراج محمد الملا وسام عزي، و10 واحد حسام الزهراني. فالتجربة هذه بالنسبة لي قريبة جدا، يعني أنا يمكن مثلت في فيلمين منهم، الباقي كنت إشراف مع فريق الإشراف على الكونتنت والإنتاج. بس التجربة بالنسبة لي ثمينة جدا، قربتني من الأبطال، تعلمت فيها الرماية، تعلمت فيها استخدام الأسلحة، تعلمت فيها كيف يتعبون هذول الأبطال اللي أنا كنت طول عمري أقول إنهم أبطال ولكن ما أعرف إيش يسوون. فلما رحت الحد الجنوبي وجلست وعرفت التعب، إنه يجي مطر، القناصين مثلا الله يعطيهم العافية والله يرحم اللي استشهدوا، لما يجلس على بطنه مدة 12 ساعة 18 ساعة عشان يحمينا، عشان احنا نجلس في هذا الحفل الجميل المنتدى وحنا سعيدين ولا نحس بشيء، يعني بديت أحس عن قرب التفاصيل هذه. فمبسوط في الحرس الوطني، وما أعتقد أني يعني أفكر أني أطلع منهم، لأني مرة حاب الشغل معهم، وأشكرهم يعني أنهم داعمين دائما لعملي ومجالي وداعمين للصناعة بشكل كبير، لأن قاعد يضيفون للصناعة بشكل كبير من ناحية الأعمال العسكرية حتى ولو كانت قصيرة يعني.
طبعا سلامنا وتحياتنا لأبطال الحد الجنوبي اللي بسببهم إحنا اليوم قاعدين في أمان.
أكيد تحية كبيرة لهم. صحيح.
طيب من هنا خلينا ننتقل شوية لجزئية قد إيش في دعم للممثل السعودي سواء كان من قطاع خاص أو من قطاع حكومي.
هو السوق بشكل عام إذا كبر الدعم كبر، لأن الاقتصاد في القطاع يتحرك بشكل أكبر، فتكون في فلوس، يكون في استثمار، يكون في في توسع أكبر لكل العاملين في القطاع. بالنسبة للدعم الحكومي متوفر في الهيئات مثل هيئة الأفلام والصندوق الثقافي، أيضا ما ننسى في القطاعات الأخرى حتى بالأفلام هيئة الترفيه وصندوق بيج تايم، أيضا صندوق البحر الأحمر، في صناديق وفي دعم، والمستثمرين بدأوا يلتفتون. يعني يمكن كنا نحتاج في كل قطاع في الدراما كنا نحتاج مسلسل يعطي ثقة للأعمال السعودية أنها هي موجودة وكذا، وكان في تجربة رشاش أعتقد أن الكل يتفق أنها سوت التفاتة للدراما بشكل كبير واتبعتها الأعمال الناجحة. في الأفلام كان في أفلام كثيرة، ولكن كنا نحتاج فيلم تجاري يبيع بشكل كبير، فجاء سطار وكسر أرقام حلوة فعطى ثقة للمستثمرين. فلما تجي ثقة المستثمرين، أنا لو كنت مستثمر أو لو كنت صاحب مال يعني ادعوا قولوا آمين إن شاء الله، يعني نصير كلنا جميعا إن شاء الله. إذا صار عندي فلوس ولقيت هذا القطاع قاعد أحط فيه مثلا 10 مليون وقاعد تجيني 20 مليون أو 30 مليون، لا أنا بستثمر فيه. فبدأت تجي ثقة المستثمرين بدأت تنحط فيه فلوس أكثر. هنا ينعكس علي أنا كممثل، ينعكس على الجفر اللي مسؤول عن مدير التصوير، عن مسؤولين الملابس، كل العاملين في القطاع بيصير فيه فلوس، في كواليتي أعلى، فيبدأ الشغل هنا يكبر أكثر وأكثر، ويصير عندنا التزام أكبر، ويصير عندنا احترافية أكثر. فالدعم موجود. يمكن احنا قاعدين نشوف ان احنا في البدايات، ولكن احنا قفزنا قفزات كبيرة جدا وبدأت تأثر علينا. وأنا أقولها دائما، يعني أنا فعليا كنت في المسرح أشتغل ما أعرف وين رايح. كان عندي طموح يكبر على المسرح، بس ما أعرف وين رايح، هل هو بنسويه ما راح نسويه ما ندري. لين سمو سيدي محمد بن سلمان الله يطول في عمره أعلن الرؤية، بدأت تنعكس علينا. هنا جات المفاجأة اللي احنا ما كنا جاهزين لها أصلا، كنا نشتغل وما ندري وين رايحين. هنا جات المشاريع، جاء الشغل، جاء التركيز على الممثل السعودي. وأنا بقولها علنا يعني وبكل صراحة وما راح أخاف من أحد، حنا كممثلين سعوديين ما كان أحد يرانا شيء من الخليج والوطن العربي، مع حبي لهم كلهم. يمكن ما كانوا يرونا شيء لأنهم مو بشايفين تجربتنا، ولكن اليوم احنا أسماءنا مؤثرة في الوطن العربي والخليج ولله الحمد، وهذا بفضل الله ثم فضل الحكومة ودعمها السخي والرؤية اللي أطلقها سمو سيدي محمد بن سلمان. عسى الله يحفظه ويطول في عمره ويحفظ الملك سلمان لنا إن شاء الله.
إيش اللي تعتقد ممكن يزيد من تطوير أو نمو أو دعم الموهبة السعودية وتحديداً مواهب التمثيل؟ يعني اليوم زي ما أنت قلت في كثير من الدعم الحكومي اللي رايح لإنتاج، اللي رايح لإخراج، اللي رايح لأشياء كده، بس الممثل كممثل إيش الشيء اللي ممكن يتعمل أو يقام فهو يطور من الموهبة ويزيد من المواهب ويأخذنا لمرحلة أو ينقلنا لمرحلة مختلفة؟
طيب، أول شيء قبل الممثل إذا بنتكلم عن العاملين في القطاع كلهم، التجربة والاحتكاك هي اللي بتنمي وتطور موهبته، يعني بتزيده للأفضل. إذا بنتكلم عن الممثل الاحتكاك بتجارب مختلفة. لما أنا أشتغل مع إبراهيم الحجاج صديقي وحبيبي وشريكي، ولما أشتغل مع خالد صقر، لما يجي مشروع ثاني أشتغل مع فايز بن جريس، مع عزام النمري، مع الحبايب كلهم، حكيم جمعة ما أبغى أنسى أحد، يعقوب الفرحان. لما أشكل التجارب أنا قاعد أخذ اكسبيرينس مختلف. أيضا التجارب الخليجية مع فنانين خليجيين تغير شوي من الواحد، أنا استفدت منها كثير، لأن أنت تشتغل مع واحد مثلا له 40 سنة يشتغل في المجال، فأنت قاعد تشوف تجربة واختلافها، أنت تشوف كيف هو ستايل أو كيف يمشي باللوكيشن، كيف يحضر، كيف، وانت تشوف طريقتك صح ولا هو طريقته صح، يمكن هو يكون غلط. فانت هنا الخبرة تجي بشكل كبير. انا ليه قلت في البداية ان انا لما اشتغل مع واحد جديد يضيف لي خبرة، وهو ياخذ مني خبرة. نفس الشيء أنا أخذ من الكبير خبرة وأعطيه خبرة، أشياء جديدة أنا جربتها وشفتها حلوة، لما أقول له إياها يقول لي صح، يمكن كذا. في فنان الله يستر عليه دائما هو يحب يطق، بقول اسمه حسين منصور حبيبي. حسين منصور دائما يطق كفوف في المسلسلات، كف يا ابن الحلال لا تطق كف، يعني يغمى عليها البنت شيء، يحب انه يكون واقعي جدا. فانا في نقاش دائما معاه ان انا اشوف هذا الشيء غلط وهو يشوفه لا مو شغلك صح، ويقول لي اذا تشوفه غلط انا بعطيك واحد زي فالفكره ان التجارب تضيف لي. ايضا ما ننسى الاساتذه هنا، عبد الله السدحان، ناصر القصبي، راشد الشمراني، الدكتور راشد، يفيدوننا كثير لما نشتغل معهم. هذا من جهه. الجهه الثانيه الدورات والكورسات اللي يمكن في ذاك الوقت كنا نسافر لها ونروح لها، اليوم قاعد تجيك في السعوديه. هيئه الافلام مشكوره، هيئه الترفيه قاعد تسوي ايضا كورسات، هذه تفيد القطاع. فلما تدخل في كورس وتتعلم مع مدرب تستفيد منه شيء، وتروح تشتغل مع مدرب ثاني تستفيد منه شيء ثاني، هذا انت تنقي بعدين شو الستايل اللي تبغى تمشي عليه. لان انتم عارفين في التمثيل بالذات ان في اكثر من طريقه وفي اكثر من اسلوب، في مدارس كثيره، فانت تشوف الانسب لك وتمشي فيه. في بعضهم يسوي خليط، في بعضهم يقرا السكريبت يقول ينفع اسوي فيه بهذه الطريقه، في واحد يمسك سكريبت يقول لا بمشي بالحذافير. فالكورسات تفيد ايضا كثير. قلت لك التجارب وكثره التجارب. ايضا اذا صار في شركات اداره مواهب كثيره راح تنعكس على الممثلين، لان في ممثلين كثير مثلي انا ما اعرف ابرز نفسي في السوشيال ميديا ولا اعرف اسوق لنفسي، ولا في عندي ضعف، فانا لازم معي فريق يجهز لي هذا الشيء ويرتبه وكذا. وحنا قاعد نشوف يعني ام بي سي تالنت مشكوره قاعده تبدا وتشتغل على هذا الشيء، وايضا في شركات سعوديه بدات تطلع على السطح بشكل كبير وتطلع اسماءها. بس احنا ما نحتاج شركتين ثلاثة أربع، احنا نحتاج 10 شركات عشان تكبر الصناعة. وفي عندنا ممثلين كثيرين انت تتفاجئين لما، او حتى الحضور والمشاهدين يتفاجئون لما يسوون اعلان لكاستنج مسلسل، الحضور عادي يكون 400 500 شخص يبغى يدخل المجال. من ال 400 و500 كم واحد راح يكون مذهل على الشاشة؟ لو خذنا 10% منهم بيكون عندك 3-4 أعمال قوية هذا غير اللي موجودين في المجال ويشتغلون أصلا. فإحنا نحتاج ننمي أكبر بشكل كبير القطاع يعني. أيضا ما ننسى بي سي أكاديمي والكورسات اللي قاعد تسويها والابتعاثات اللي الآن بدأوا يطلقونها، ابتعاثات خارجية، هذه راح تفيد كثير وراح يجينا جيل جاهز إنه يمثل وجاهز إنه يدرب الممثلين أيضا.
طيب أنا سمعت شيء صراحة، سمعت إنك داخل تنافسنا في الإنتاج.
إيه إن شاء الله.
والله طب إيش الوضع؟
طبعا دعواتكم لنا جميعا. احنا في بلاك لايت وبيت الكوميديا، احنا تأسسنا في 2014 وكانت الخطة ان احنا ندخل المجال ونبدأ، وقلنا نبدأ اعلانات يعني، وما كنا كويسين وتراجعنا فرحنا اللي مركزين عليه المسرح، وكان عندنا هدف انتاج السينما والدراما وكان ينبني على الراحة يعني. فمستمرين في المسرح وكنا نغذي نفسنا ماليا للشركة عشان تبدأ تشتغل بشكل كبير. والحمد لله بعد 10 سنوات تقريبا اليوم أو هذا الأسبوع إن شاء الله راح نبدأ تصوير أول فيلم طويل لنا إن شاء الله من إنتاجنا في بلاك لايت وبيت الكوميديا، وأتمنى عسى الله يوفقنا إن شاء الله والفيلم يعني تشوفونه في السينما، وإن شاء الله أنكم تحضرونه كلكم وتدعوا الناس يحضرونه ويحقق أرقام يا رب. فأنا مبسوط أنا وشركائي إبراهيم الحجاج وطلال العنزي وفيصل العنزي في هذه التجربة، ونحس بالفخر أن احنا أول شيء سعوديين، وبالفخر الثاني أن احنا أبناء هذا الفن وهذا القطاع وتعبنا فيه من البداية، وجات الفرصة اللي احنا نتموضع فيه التموضع الصحيح. فيا رب يا رب أن تكون المؤشرات صحيحة ونتموضع فيه تموضع صحيح. دعواتكم يا جماعة. ما نبي صفقة، نبي آمين يا
آمين
آمين
آمين. طيب سؤال أخير، لو اليوم جاك شاب من الحضور أو سيدة وقالت لك أنا أبغى أمثل أو أبغى أصير ممثلة، إيش أول نصيحة تنصحها هي أو تنصحه؟
انا كل الناس اللي يكلموني سواء في الجوال ولا اي منصه يرسلون لي يقولون نبغى نمثل، اعطيه حسابات ام بي سي اكاديمي وام بي سي تالنت. وانا مو قاعد اسوق لهذا الشيء، يعني مو قاعد اسوق للجهه، انا اتكلم فعلا انهم يعطون فرص. ثانويه النسيم جزء كبير من الممثلين فيه كانت اول تجربه لهم، في بعض منهم اول تجربه فعليه بالفن، والبعض الثاني كان عنده تجارب بسيطه في المسرح. فلما طلعوا على الشاشه كسروا الدنيا، وهم طالعين من كاستنج، جاوا اوديشنز وكذا واختاروهم. ففي فرص في ام بي سي تالنت وفي فرص في ام بي سي اكاديمي. ايضا انا اعرف كثير من الشباب اللي انا شرت عليهم انه يروحون في ام بي سي اكاديمي، ولاني احيانا الواحد يشوف انه هو كويس كممثل يقول انا ابغى امثل، انا والله اضحك الشباب لما اقعد في الاستراحه، انا لما ابغى اصيحك الحين اصيحك، بس لما يجي يمثل ما يكون كويس. بس هو يحب المجال، فلما يروح ام بي سي اكاديمي يوجهونه التوجيه الصحيح. فكثير انا شباب جووني قبل 3 سنوات سنتين قالوا لي نبغى نمثل، وقلت لهم روحوا ام بي سي اكاديمي. اليوم هم اسماء مهمه في 2 و3 سنوات في الانتاج. يوم راحوا لا حب الانتاج، قال لا انا احب الانتاج، انا ما ينفع ممثل. فهم يوجهون التوجيه الصحيح، تدريبات. اوكي يمكن يكون في بعض القصور من عندهم عشان ما نمدحهم بشكل كبير، ولكن هم في طريقهم للتطوير وكلنا معهم، يعني لان احنا حابين نطور هذا المجال. انا اتكلم بلساني ولسان زملائي كل الفنانين يعني.
شكرا ليك فيصل وشكرا للحضور، ونقدر نفتح أسئلة إذا تحبوا، إذا عندكم أسئلة.
كذا صعبة يا جماعة، كلكم رافعين يديكم، من نختار؟
في ميكروفون هنا لو سمحت.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. معك محمود فيصل سعد الدين من سوريا. أخي، ما هي الأشياء المهمة اللي لازم يملكها الممثل كمبتدئ؟
الممثل مبتدئ الاشياء المهمه اللي المفروض يسويها انه يحرص على انه يدخل تجربه. طبعا في شيء انا من خلال سؤالك في شيء انا نسيته ايضا، ان كثير من الجامعات الان فيها تخصص مسرح وتخصص سينما، فهذا اللي خريج ثانوي او انه في الثانوي عنده فرصه انه يلتحق في الجامعات ويطور نفسه اكاديميا، وحنا نصير كلنا نستفيد منه عفوا. فلو كان هو اصلا معدي مرحله الجامعه وما يفكر في الجامعه، في الكورسات زي ما تفضلنا قبل شوي وتكلمنا ان هيئه الافلام قاعده تقدم كورسات بين فتره وفتره، وايضا هيئه المسرح، ايضا ام بي سي تالنت او ام بي سي اكاديمي، هيئه ترفيه في مشاريع عندهم. كلنا شفنا مشروع مشروع الكوميديا او شيء كان الحسن البلام، مشروع جميل رائع، استقبل ممثلين جدا رائعين. كنت اكلم الدكتور خالد امين اقول له لو ابغى ممثلين من اللي دربتوهم، قال لي انا ما عندي ممثل، عندي لسته اعطيك ونقي اللي تبي. ففي ابراز بهذا الشكل، فانت تقدر تروح هناك وتاخذ دوره. وفي جهه ثانيه انك انت تروح مع شركات اداره المواهب اللي يسوون كاستنج للاعمال، وهذا معلنه يعني بشكل كبير في السوشيال ميديا، وتسوي كاستنج على مسلسل وتجرب نفسك بدور بسيط كبير، مخرج يعجبه يقول ابغاك في اكبر. هذا تقريبا اللي اقدر اقوله يعني، هذا مبدئيا يعني.
شكرا لك فيصل. طيب حناخذ سؤال واحد ثاني فقط عشان الوقت، بس عشان الناس اللي عندنا. في سيدة هنا بعد إذنك، بما إنه أخذنا سؤال لشاب ناخذ لسيدة.
السلام عليكم، مرحبا رؤى، مرحبا فيصل، الله يعطيكم العافية. أنا عندي استفسار بخصوص أزمة النص اللي نعيشها الآن في مجال الأفلام والمسلسلات. أنا ككاتبة، أنا الآن كتاباتي ما بعد رأت النور، لكني أنا ودي أتوجه الجهات إنتاج تكون تطور من الكتابات بشكل أفضل، كورش كتابة، كتعديل على النص الأساسي، كتطوير. أبغى نصيحة في هذا المجال، الله يعطيكم العافية.
طبعا أتمنى لك التوفيق أول شيء، وإن شاء الله يجي يوم ونشتغل على عمل من كتابتك وتبرزين أكبر وأكبر ونفخر فيك دائما. احنا يمكن تكلمنا قبل شوي ان الممثل يقدر ياخذ دورات في هيئة الافلام وكذا، بس انا لاني حددت الممثل، ولكن ترى كل القطاعات كل المهن العاملة في المجال في لها كورسات في هيئة الافلام وام بي سي اكاديمي، وفي ورش كتابة مع اسماء ثقيلة ككتاب. اعتقد ان القرب منهم الالتحاق فيهم راح يفيد كثير. ايضا في اللي هي معامل تطوير النصوص اللي موجوده في البحر الاحمر ومهرجان افلام السعوديه، وايضا مهرجانات عالميه في اللي هي يسمونها معمل تطوير النصوص، هذا يفيد كثير. ايضا في طريقه ثانيه انا اكتشفتها مؤخرا، انه يكون كاتب جدا رائع بس عنده مشكله في كتابه السيناريو، فيكتب القصه ويختار له كاتب سيناريو كويس ويتفقون مع بعض انهم يكتبون، فتكون يعني يكون ورشه عمل مشترك يعني. بس اتمنى لك التوفيق، وانا ادري ان في معاناه عند الكتاب بالذات بوصولهم بالنصوص حقتهم، بس الله يكون بعونكم، وحنا والله العظيم ان احنا نحارب ونكافح ان نكون معكم، ولان احنا نحتاج النصوص السعوديه المحليه اللي تعكس ثقافتنا المحليه، وبدون أي تقصير في أي نصوص قاعد تجينا من الوطن العربي ولا من العالم كله.
طيب شكرا ليك، ونختم جلستنا اليوم. شكرا لكم جميعا على حضوركم، وشكرا ليك فيصل.
شكرا لكم، يعطيكم العافية.
مرحبا، والآن مع الجلسة الحوارية الخامسة بعنوان عالم مواقع التصوير والتنقل السينمائي. تستعرض هذه الجلسة الدور الحاسم لمواقع التصوير في عملية السرد والجوانب اللوجستية لتنقل الفيلم. أيضاً ستتناول كيفية تعزيز اختيار الموقع للسرد والجاذبية البصرية، والتحديات المرتبطة بالتصوير في مواقع متنوعة، وأيضاً الفوائد الاقتصادية للمجتمعات المحلية. أيضاً ستنظر الجلسة أيضاً في الاتجاهات المستقبلية لمواقع التصوير وزيادة تنقل إنتاجات الأفلام المدفوعة بالتقدم التكنولوجي وتغير ديناميكيات الصناعة. ضيوف هذه الجلسة السيد كيا جام، أيضاً السيد مايكل لينش، وأيضاً السيد لو جاكو. يدير هذه الجلسة الأستاذ بدر الزهراني، الشريك الإداري في أوتم تايمز كابيتال. شكراً.
Good evening, everyone. As Saudi Arabia opens its doors to the global film industry, the filmmaking and location scouting landscape has transformed dramatically. With the new incentives, stunning landscapes, and the evolving creative ecosystem, the kingdom is positioning itself as a prime destination for filmmakers worldwide. Today, we will explore the world of film locations and filmmaking mobility in Saudi Arabia, discussing the opportunities and challenges of filming in this dynamic region. Today, we're having Kia Jim, founder and president of K-Jam Media and producer. And we're having Lou Jaquette, Oscar-winning scriptwriter and filmmaker. We're having as well Michael Lynch, Sector Head of Entertainment, Culture and Media Industries in NEOM, and Badr Zahrani, myself. Thank you so much. So the first question, I might ask it to Kia. Kia, you have produced various films around the world and overseen many units, like second units, main units in developing markets. What are some of the challenges in terms of logistics and mobility when filming in rapidly developing market like Saudi Arabia?
Well, thank you for that. First, I want to thank you guys for having us up here. It's an honor and privilege to be here and share the stage with my esteemed colleagues. I'm very much looking forward to everything you guys have to say. I do think it's a very good question. It's a very fair question because when you come into one of these emerging markets, there are quite a few challenges that you face. And some of them, mostly they're logistical challenges more than anything else. How long does it take to get a visa? How long does it take to clear something through customs? You know, I've been in situations where, you know, recently I was shooting a movie in Malta, and halfway through the shoot we had to, for unforeseen reasons, replace one of our crew members. So we found a replacement in South Africa, and he had to go to some place in Europe to get a visa, and it took 5 days to get a visa to get him in. And then we had a problem with our drone, so we had to ship in a new drone. The drone was stuck in customs for days. So one of the things that's very critical in situations like this is when you come to a place is to have a great production partner that's local, that knows how to get things done locally. I think that's a critical component of what you need. And someone that can really kind of help you interface with the local culture and let us know what the minds are. Another situation we had, I shot a movie in the UAE a couple of years ago. Fire, blowing cars up, walkie-talkies, things are problematic that you wouldn't think are problematic. There was a scene where we had to blow a car up and flip it. We ended up ultimately having to find the same car in Thailand, blowing the car up in Thailand on a green screen, and bringing it in and comping it into the shot because we weren't able to do that. I did a movie in Russia where we couldn't use snow candles to make it look like it's snowing. So you never really know what you have to, what you end up facing. But I think it's critical to have a good, strong local production service company that can help you through some of those mines.
Thank you so much. So, Luke, you're coming from a background of a science background, and you pivoted to film, which is very interesting. And you had various films that won prizes similar to the Oscar. And basically, this is a very unique proposition, honestly, and I believe that everyone gonna benefit from your past experience. So, embarking on Kia's, how do you balance your artistic vision with the logistical demands in filming and in a new developing market? So you have like a vision when you wanted to do some sort of a documentary regarding a certain, for example, environmental message. How do you actually balance between the artistic vision and whatever there in terms of resources and matters and within that certain location?
I have like a special approach of the location because I'm looking for the location itself to telling stories. So I try to go in the most beautiful place in the world because they inspired me, because I want to work in that location. So me, the logistic is not really an issue. Sometimes we are making crazy stuff because we want to work in the middle of a tropical forest in Amazonia or whatever. So really, on my side, I don't care about the logistic, but I can have this kind of behavior because I have very strong guys who are able to work everywhere on the planet, in the cold, in the warm, on the water, on the top of the trees. So really the location itself is really, for me, again, the topic. How can I share the emotion, the vibration, I would say, I would be able to feel when, for example, I am in Patagonia, and what kind of story I can tell to share this emotion. And for me, there is another aspect. If you are able to share emotion from the landscape, from the location, you are able to share maybe a connection with people and nature. And at that point of our world, finding connection with people and nature is something relevant. This is something very politically important.
So this will lead us to Mike, who's heading the sector of media and entertainment in NEOM. So NEOM Media Industries has positioned itself as a regional production hub and trusted international partner. So, and of course, NEOM, it has a beautiful landscapes and different terrains. The question is, how can NEOM help to unlock creative potential through its unique locations and the services infrastructure it offers to Saudi international filmmakers?
I guess it's important in terms of what we're doing to try and create a Saudi film industry or to contribute to the creation of a Saudi film industry. So we've got fantastic facilities there now in terms of sound stages, in terms of people, in terms of equipment. But we also have what I think is an incredible range of, we've got mountains, we've got snow, we've got 500 kilometers of the Red Sea, which if you haven't, most of the people here have probably spent some time looking at it. I've never seen water like it, I've never seen coral like it, I've never seen fish in it the way that you do. So I think we're selling natural advantages of the other side of Saudi at the same time as offering opportunities for the development of young Saudi filmmakers or young Saudi game makers to be able to develop a career within the confines of established works. And we've done lots of different things. Saudi work that's international, work that reflects the history and the topography and the place itself. And I think they're really saleable parts of what we're trying to do. If you drive from, clearly if you drive from NEOM to Alula, it's like driving through the most diverse potential places you could ever use for a film. Part of it looks like you're on the moon, part of it looks like you're on Mars, part of it looks as though you're in Nirvana. And then you get to the sea and you can throw yourself in the Red Sea and experience that. So I think it's a composite that we're trying to create that makes it a really attractive place to make product, but at the same time play a role in the development of what the Saudi film industry is going to be, both at the national level and ultimately, hopefully, to be able to take Saudi culture, Saudi stories, to the rest of the world.
Beautiful. If you just give us some information about the incentive system that NEOM can provide to filmmakers as well, if there's...
Well, we provide incentives to filmmakers to come and work there. We've got sound stages in NEOM itself and then in Bajda, so you can, which is only 40 kilometers away. We're building a new city, so we have, airports and hospitals and all of those facilities that you need to take a film on location, but a location that might be incredibly difficult to find either, in Riyadh or in many other countries. And, I was really quite stunned as I drove, exploring the area of NEOM. We have, the places that I had never seen in, 70 years of life in any other parts of the world. Now, they're saleable commodities, plus we are able to help in terms of bringing new people on, helping you, with all of the practical parts of filmmaking.
Thank you. So maybe relate the question to Kia. How does Saudi Arabia unique landscape and culture contribute to the storytelling from a producer's perspective? You produced films in the region. I'm sure we haven't done yet a project in Saudi.
Not here yet, but hopefully soon.
Yeah,
hopefully soon. And the work that you and your team are doing is amazing from where we sit. Just kind of learning about it and seeing what it is you're doing is monumental, and it's very, very exciting. So hats off to you and your team. I know how hard you're working. It's interesting. There's kind of a combination of what you guys were talking about, where we go to these places and we have these wonderful locations that you've never seen before, and we want to capture it, and you want to capture it perfectly and capture it in the right light and all things of that sort. However, that sometimes is not enough, at least speaking as an independent filmmaker. There are other things that come into play as well. With the technology of the LED screens today and the stuff that we can do in visual effects, I shot a movie in Malta and it was supposed to be Florida. And when you watch the movie, it looks like it's Florida. So there's a lot we can do there. So the incentive and things like that you guys are doing are very, very important. But the idea of shooting in a place and showing images that people in the audience haven't seen is very exciting, I have to say. Because how many times are we going to see an LA skyline? Everybody knows what the buildings look like. San Francisco, New York. We've kind of done that landscape to death. So to have something as exotic and beautiful as what you guys have here open to us because of things like Neom and the stages, and eventually building the local crew up and being able to bank the rebate, once kind of those things start to happen, I think you'll see a lot more of an influx of filmmakers coming from the West and the rest of the world.
Look, you're having like a perspective work in Saudi, and basically it's a mixture between like an immersive experience and live film shooting. So can you tell the audience about it? And
yes, for sure. My job is to tell stories and to be curious for the people who are not able to travel like I'm lucky enough to do. And now I'm working on a big project on the coral reef, because for me, going in a coral reef is like exploring a new planet. And I really like the way of trying, because I always in mind also, as I said, what is the best way to connect people to nature? And for me, making a film now is maybe not enough, because with a film you are going to catch a spatial audience, but now immersive exhibition is something very spectacular to find people, and it's also something very spectacular to make the landscape traveling. And if we are talking about the coral reefs, you have the chance to have one of the most beautiful corals in the world, in the Red Sea. So, of course, making a film about corals without making a stop in the Red Sea is something absurd. So, of course, I'm very interested to work here. So this is for me a really first time in Arabia Saudi, and it's very amazing. Like everybody here feel that there is something happening. And so I'm curious. I'm paid to be curious, but I'm very curious to do something here.
Amazing, thank you. Michael, I think Neom has been, in the past 2 years, Neom facilitated the production of almost 40 projects, ranging from Hollywood to Bollywood to multiple like independent projects as well. Can you just share examples and of the good, the bad, and the ugly, and how people?
I don't know if that's a good idea.
Yeah.
And some of them may be in a language I don't speak. So, but look, I've got a list. We've done Top Chef Arabic. We've done Donkey, which was an international film, $1 Million Island. You Think You Survived, Hajan, which I was very privileged tonight to get the opportunity to talk to the filmmaker from Dammam, who had made that film. And it's about camel racing, and camel racing is the great treasure of this region, I think, that the rest of the world is only starting to discover. And then, so I think we've done a diversity of things in both film and television, focused largely on Saudi and the region. And I think that probably is the area that in the immediate future that we'll be most focused on, because I think the development of the Saudi film industry is something that we should be doing as an important part of it. We can then provide backdrops for Kia and for Luke in a way that we can tell the story of coral. We have a major regeneration of the coral in the Red Sea to be able to make sure that the Red Sea doesn't go the way of the Maldives and the Great Barrier Reef in Australia. So there's lots of things that I think we're capable of doing within the studio context and in the development of the next generation of writers, script writers, directors, cinematographers and technicians, which is really going to determine or help determine whether Saudi can create the sort of film industry of the future that I think is very much part of the vision of the Crown Prince in his 2030 vision of why he wants those industries of gaming and film and television and various other parts of what the future of Saudi Arabia is going to be.
And I assume there's like a hands-on coordination from NEOM to fulfill any requirements by film producers who are actually filming in NEOM, correct?
I'm sorry, I missed the...
I assume there's like a hands-on coordination from NEOM to film producers.
We have a whole team of people there, running the studios, running the other facilities. We have great location scouts. We have a range of people that are there to make the experience. When we get him over here, we've got to do a bit of work, I think, on some of the tricky issues around the world on incentives and the financing of these industries. But we've got a very good team of people there to be able to make it work.
Amazing. Additionally, look, so how do you think the growing film industry in Saudi can contribute to global environmental awarenesses and similar to the impact of your films?
We cannot imagine the power of the film on people. I'm old enough now to see the children we have seen March of the Penguins. Now they are adults. My feeling is, maybe it was little seeds, and at that time for me it was not so obvious, but now I'm sure that they have this in mind. And for me, focusing on the beauty of the world, maybe explaining the science is a way to change the world, and the best tools for that is probably a film, because a film helps you to bring emotion. And what is more powerful in the world than emotion? And if you are touched by a story, like you have many in this country, if you are touched by a landscape, you cannot behave in the same way that if it's too far away for you. So I think telling your own story with your own skills, with the people locally involved, is something super important at that time. Because I think at the end, this is all the planet we are going to win, because new people are going to tell new stories, and especially original stories.
I think we haven't planned this question, but just came to my mind like the emergence of virtual studios. Like virtual studios now are becoming very popular, just to shoot any scene anywhere. For example, if you want to shoot like a place in the pyramid, you can do it here in Riyadh. So I don't know, Kia, if this is something. What's your take on this?
Listen, I think it's very exciting. I think, anytime technology has that leap and the paradigm shifts, it is very exciting. I do think that it allows more filmmakers to do things that they couldn't do it without. I think the technology is still in its infancy, but I've seen some tremendous strides in what they can do, and I think they use real-time game engines and whatnot, but the work is fantastic. It's really, really beautiful what they're doing in that space. I have not shot a movie entirely on an LED screen, but there's a picture we're looking at doing, I think I was talking to you about it back there, that we're actively in the process of finding a partner we can pretty much shoot the entire thing on this new technology, and I'm excited to try it. And you have to embrace where the technology is going. I think
as long as it's still got actors in it. Okay?
That's right. That's right. That's where I draw the line.
I think from the point of view of someone who has overview of both media and culture and entertainment, actors are important. I used to be a casting director, so I don't like the idea of the actors being replaced by artificial intelligence.
I don't support that either. You and I feel the same way about that.
Thank you so much. I think we can open the floor to the guests and the audience for any questions.
Not all at once, just one at a time, please.
No questions to Michael?
No, I haven't got any questions. I hope I've got a lot more answers in the future.
Okay. Oh, we have one over there.
Mike's coming in behind you.
Hi, sorry about that. I'm curious about the infrastructure that's currently being built in Neom. I know the studios there are brilliant. There's a lot of international productions coming in. Are there any logistical issues you're encountering? And what kind of incentives are you adding in addition to the ones you currently have in place? And anything you could say about the tax system, if you're able to, would be very interesting to me.
Very far from an expert on the tax system. Interestingly enough, 75% of the things that we've done at Neom are either Saudi or regional work from this region. So I think we've had relatively few international productions there. I think part of that may be we've been having a very animated discussion about the impact of incentives on that. And I think probably we've got a really interesting slate of work from Saudi and from the region over the course of the coming year, which I think will be dominated very much by local work, and that will provide us with both, sort of part of the broader development of the Saudi and related film industries, but also give us the opportunity to build the technicians and the performers and the directors and the team members who are going to make the future industry work. I'll stay off the tax one. I think I'll leave that to my colleague.
I actually have a question for you. What's the local talent pool in terms of actors like here? For one-liners,
For someone who's stepped in relatively recently to take on this role, in Neom itself, we are very much dependent on bringing people from the rest of Saudi or from the rest of the region. There is a we are still building a city, we're building a state in that sense. And so, but I don't think that, I think a part of what is going on is the development in the same way we're building the technical and the creative capacity. I think there is a rich tradition within television and with the other performing arts forms, which I think will ensure that there will be plenty of people that want to follow that. There's obviously some interesting initiatives in terms of the development of performing arts schools and film schools in that sense, and that's very much part of what we'll be looking at, being able to use into the future.
We have an additional question from the gentleman in the back.
السلام عليكم أستاذ بدر، تحية طيبة لك ولضيوفك، بس إذا تسمح بقول السؤال بلغة عربية. طبعا الأفلام عادة تكون مبنية على قصة أو رواية، لكن السؤال للأستاذ لو جاكو، الأفلام الوثائقية الأفلام العادية مثل المبنية على قصة أو رواية تكون مبنية بالأحداث من البداية إلى النهاية، لكن الأفلام الوثائقية غالبا ما تكون مبنية على معلومات، فكيف يكون ترتيب ونسق الفيلم الوثائقي؟
So the question to you, Luke, and basically most of the films are scripted, and mostly like documentaries, most of them or the work that you're doing is unscripted. So how do you strike a balance between a planned unscripted work and your documentary projects?
It's a strange game between the screenplay and the nature. And if you love to play this game, you can be successful because, of course, you need a guideline, and the strongest is the guideline, the better it is. But But of course, you are trying to create the circumstance, or you are trying to be at the right place at the right moment. But of course, it never works like that. But if you are flexible enough to say, okay, this natural event means the same thing that I was previously written, it works. And really, more I'm getting old, the more I like to play with the nature, because you have to adapt yourself on the time, and you have to read in yourself what's happened. Is it meaningful for me or not? And unfortunately, the nature is much more talented than I can be. So really, it's a strange mix.
And just to add on that, I think patient is additional factor as well.
Yes and no, because we are not making like natural documentaries like you can see on BBC or National Geographic, waiting for lions, trying to hunt stuff. So I'm more on, like it's a wedding between like the cinema and the nature film. So I really try to capture the language of the nature. I'm trying to. So of course you have to be patient. Of course you have to be determined, because to make this kind of film, sometimes you have to work for a long time. Sometimes you have to wait a plane or something, especially if you're working in very hard conditions, like in Antarctica or in whatever, in the ocean, for example. So if you accept this game again, it's perfectly cool.
Thank you so much. Okay.
Hi, Michael, you touched on this with the regeneration of corals. I think one of the reasons that the Saudi landscape is so amazing is because it is pristine and largely untouched by industrialization, let's call it. What are some of the environmental policies at NEOM that are going to safeguard that pristinity?
Very good question. Now, clearly the whole of the project is meant to be, become one of the great examples of building a sustainable city. The Coral project is one that is addressing the fact that there are very few parts of the world where you can actually now grow coral and take it back to its finest forms because of the damage that climate change has done. The Red Sea happens to be a really extraordinary 500 kilometres that are part of NEOM. I've never seen water like it, and I've never seen fish life, and I include my own country of Australia in that. We're doing, we have a massive green hydrogen project as the way of providing the energy for the future of NEOM. We're doing solar projects and wind projects to do that. We have big rewilding projects in a part of the world that is incredibly tough and incredibly harsh to live in. The biggest concern I had when I went to NEOM is that people said to me, you'll be living for months in 45 degrees. We need to be very conscious of that for periods of time. So looking at how we regenerate the native landscapes and where we're living. So we're very much trying to, as we build a city and build 26,000 kilometres of part of Saudi, the idea of sustainability and trying to ensure that it is going to be able to meet the challenges of both Saudi itself and of the future of the world are very much present in terms of what we're doing. And hopefully over the next couple of years, as we start to realise the actual projects, we'll be able to put them up as examples to the rest of the world.
Thank you so much, Mike. Okay.
Yeah, hi. This is a question for Kia. You've mentioned on some of the locations you go to, you find certain difficulties in certain activities or shots or something that prevents you from progressing on. Is this something that stops you from going to a certain location, or do you just labor through it and find a solution?
Ideally, you label through and you find a solution. That's, one of the things I could say comfortably, and I hope my colleagues would agree that as filmmakers, we're pretty resilient. We find a way. If you can't go this way, you go that way. If you can't go that way, you drop down from a tree. You do whatever you got to do to make it happen. Sometimes you try everything and you just ultimately can't, which is why the example that I used, we tried everything, we couldn't do that there, so we ended up having to break off a unit and shoot that somewhere else. But we typically don't give up. We kind of just stick with it and try to find a solution, use, whether it's, Hollywood magic or visual effects or whatever else we have to, but ideally we try to find a way to make it work. That's the goal.
Last question. Okay. Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, everybody. Thank you.
مرحبا. والآن مع الجلسة الختامية من أعمال منتدى الأفلام السعودي في نسخته الثانية بعنوان تجربة المستهلك بين شباك التذاكر ومنصات العرض. ستتناول هذه الجلسة تجربة المستهلك في مشاهدة الأفلام بين شباك التذاكر التقليدي ومنصات العرض الرقمية، وكيف يمكن لصناع الأفلام التكيف مع هذه المتغيرات. وأيضاً سيتم مناقشة تغيرات سلوك المستهلك والتحديات والفرص التي تواجه صناع الأفلام في هذا السياق، بالإضافة إلى استراتيجيات التكيف مع التغيرات في سلوك المستهلك ومستقبل عرض الأفلام. ضيوف هذه الجلسة السيد إدوين كوين والسيد سباستيان ريبو والأستاذ هشام الغانم. يدير هذه الجلسة المخرج علي السميل.
السلام عليكم. يعطيكم العافية. شكرا جزيلا على ضيوفنا الكرام. شكرا على الجميع على الحضور محاضرتنا الليلة. فهي تجربة المستهلك بين شباك التذاكر والمنصات الرقمية. في الآونة الأخيرة، في السنوات الأخيرة، لاحظنا تغير في لاحظنا في الفترة الأخيرة تغير في طبيعة مشاهدات. I just want to do the introduction in Arabic. Sorry guys. So طبعا شهدنا في السنوات الأخيرة تغير في طبيعة التجربة لدى المشاهد في تجربة مشاهدة السينما بعد حضور المنصات الرقمية وتقديمها لخيارات كثيرة أمامنا وسهولة الوصول إلى المحتوى. هذا التغير في مقابل ما تقدمه دور العرض السينمائية التقليدية إن صح التعبير. الطرفين ربما يعتقد البعض أنهما في صراع، البعض يعتقد ربما أنهم في حالة توافق. في هذا اليوم في هذا النقاش البسيط والسريع نحاول أن نعرف التجربة والفروقات بين هذه التجربة، كذلك ما هو تأثير هذا التغير في طبيعة المشاهدة على صنعة السينما وعلى المجال السينمائي بشكل عام وعلى صانع الأفلام بشكل خاص. ضيوفنا أهلا وسهلا بكم. لو تسمحوا لي يعني هغير إلى اللغة الإنجليزية لضيوفنا. I'm going to change to English so everybody will feel comfortable asking this. I'll start with Mr. Aiden, if you don't mind. What is, in your opinion, is the real difference in experiencing film in digital and in a traditional movie theater? A real difference that we can make.
I think both is very complementary of each other. I think what we've seen over the period throughout the pandemic, we've seen a lot of the studios experimenting, creating their own platforms, and then that has an impact and change across the release window of films, where we're seeing certain films going day and date, the same time in theatres as it was on platforms. And after that experiment, I think it's been proven that for the full sort of revenue window, they see that it's really complementary. A release in theatres helps for a bigger success once it comes onto the platform. And I think, there's so many titles that we see with the blockbuster action that seeing it in a theatre is very different to watching it at home, no matter what type of home theatre system you have. There's certain titles which are going straight to platforms, and they don't have the word of mouth. They don't have people talking about it afterwards. Whereas on platforms with TV series, this is where you see the difference, where people will watch it and they will binge watch these things. And this is probably where I see the biggest difference happening on platforms. Is it's changing the way people consume content at home. And I think it's more on the type of content coming to theatres needs to be adjusted and needs to change to really sort of bring to life cinemas again.
Sebastian, in your opinion, is there any other differences between, because you work with more like theatrical release in your film, then you go to, after that you release it in digital platform. What is the real difference that you see it in the behavior of your viewer that changed in the last few years?
So, hi everyone. So I represent a European studio that one of the main film studios in Europe, and our focus is really on theatrical film. So we always ask ourselves the question, what is a theatrical film? There is no doubt that the film as a piece of content is more and more successful. We consume more and more. But there is also no doubt that the bar is higher before we take the decision to go outside, take the car, park the car, pay the ticket, and then pay, a theater ticket that's expensive. So what makes us take this decision when we know that we can watch it at home? In our studio, we focus really on action film, thriller, and elevated horror. And so the scale is one answer. A big film that can be experienced in a cinema, there is no doubt that it's way better. Like we did the film called Greenland with Jerry Butler. If you watch it at home, it's not at all the same sound, etc. If you are interested in horror film, we think that it needs to be really scary. Otherwise, because that's what you want to experience in a community of people that you don't really know, but that's really thrilling. So these are just a few examples, but it's always like, why is it worth going out of your home to do it? Like, take an example of Long Leg, for example. It's an independent film, it's a sub 10 million budget, it's a genre film with Nicolas Cage. The way they manage to convince people is, in the marketing, you don't see Nicolas Cage. You know he's in the film, you know it doesn't look like him, but you don't see it. So you feel the urge of taking the steps to go to the cinema and looking at it. So that's just an example. I think it's very specific film by film, but the scale for action film, the talent on screen or off screen, and then for a specific film like horror film, how scary it is, I think these are a few criteria.
هشام عفوا. وانت الاقرب خلينا نقول للمشاهد في دول الخليج بحكم مكانك. ما التحول اللي شاهدته في طبيعة المشاهد الخليجي بشكل يعني خلينا نقول خاص بعد ظهور البلاتفورم الديجيتال وسائله؟ سؤالي هنا من منطلق أن المنصات الرقمية لا تقدم كمية محتوى عربي أو خليجي كثير مقابلنا، فما هو التغير اللي لاحظته مع خروجها مقارنة بحضور إلى شاشات السينما؟
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم، شكرا على استضافتي أولا. حقيقة خلال فترة ما بين 2020 أو 2021 إلى غاية 2024 هناك تحول كبير حصل في خصوصا احنا كعارضين سينمائيين نلمسها في قسمين. اولا هو تصنيف الفيلم نفسه كجانرا، والاخر هو نوعيه مشاهده الفيلم ما بين الحضور السينمائي وما بين المنصات في المنازل. جائحه كورونا لما جت شجعت الناس على انها تشاهد اكثر في المنازل، المنصات وغيرها، وكان بعض يراهن على أن سوف تنتهي يعني سينتهي العرض السينمائي، وكنا دائما نقول بأن السينما تمرض لا تموت، لكن سوف ترجع يوما ما، وفعلا هذا ما حصل. المشكلة أن هناك عوامل كثيرة تغير من مزاج المشاهد، منها نوعية الأفلام، واثنين طريقة عرض الأفلام. بالنسبة لنوعية أو خلينا نتكلم عن طريقة عرض الأفلام. طريقة عرض الأفلام تعتمد على الفيلم نفسه ونوعيته وقيمته. عندنا إشكالية أيضا في هذه النقطة اللي راح أرجع لك إلى سؤالك، لكن هذه جدا مهمة لكي يعي المشاهد هذه النقطة اللي لا تجي على باله أساسا، اللي هي موضوع مثلا الآن نواجه احنا مشكلة كبيرة، واسأل أكثر المشاهدين اللي يحضرون السينما أو حتى بلاتفورمز المنصات يقولون لك إن والله مشكلتنا إن ما في أفلام جيدة. طيب إيش السبب؟ أولا إذا رحنا لهوليوود هناك عامل مهم جدا الناس يخفاها، بأن عنده يكون مثلا أضراب الكتاب قبل سنتين في هوليوود. أضراب الكتاب قبل سنتين نجني ثمارها اليوم للأسف الشديد، وهو بأن نوعية الأفلام ليست كما كانت، لأن دورة الفيلم في هوليوود هو تقريبا من سنة ونص إلى سنتين. فالآن نحن نعاني هذه الإنتاجات الغير ليست على مستوى مثل ما كانت. هذه نقطة بالنسبة للأفلام الأجنبية أو الأمريكية. النقطة الثانية هو الأفلام العربية. لو نلاحظ الآن أن أغلب الأفلام العربية يركزون على موسمين، العيدين، وينسون باقي السنة، وهذه مشكلة كبيرة ما كانت موجودة في السابق، ولكن تحت انطباع أو عند انطباع عند المنتجين، أغلب المنتجين العرب، بأن هذول أفضل موسمين في السنة، فإحنا سندخر أفلامنا إلى هذين الموسمين. ولكن في هناك شيء هم لا يعرفونه ولا يريدون يقتنعون فيه، لأن عندنا مواسم كثيرة خصوصا في الخليج، أولها الصيف. الناس إنهم يعتقدون أن كل أهل الخليج يسافرون، وهذا الكلام مش صحيح. في نسبة كبيرة موجودة، وهالنسبة هذه تبي تروح السينما وتبي زي ما بيقول يعني إنه موفي أند دينر يعني، فهذه موجودة. لكن للأسف الشديد مثلا عانينا هذا الصيف قلة الأفلام، فبطبيعة الحال فقلة الحضور. التغير اللي حصل في مزاج المشاهدين بالنسبة لأكثر الأفلام كانت أعطيك إياها، كان شيء يعني أعطيك في تجربتنا في الكويت. إحنا رقم واحد هو الرعب، فيلم الرعب أول شيء هو اللي يحب يشاهدونه. ثاني شيء الأكشن والرومانتيك كوميدي، وطبعا الأجنبي شيء والعربي شيء آخر. بالنسبة للعربي يفضلون يكون في الأفلام الكوميدية بعدين الأكشن والرومانتيك كوميدي، لكن بالأفلام الأجنبية يفضلون الرعب ثم الأكشن. الآن نشاهد لا أن الناس كأن مزاجها تغير، بحيث أن أصبحت تتابع أغلبها هو الرومانتيك كوميدي أو الأفلام الهادئة، كأن المجتمع يقول لك ترى احنا أعصابنا مشدودة نريد أن يريحنا. فهذا ردا على جواب على سؤالك.
جميل، شكرا. غريب تغير بعد الجائحة، ممكن الناس صارت ألين على نفسها. Yeah, I think people become like more looking for something smooth in their life, so they're looking for something maybe less dramatic in the thing. I'll ask the preview, because your studios is actually exhibitor, distributor, and also every studios here is producing film. I'll start with Aiden. Movie studio, you guys produce cinema. Your main target is your theater, okay? So exhibitor and theater. Based on the conversation that with everybody that see the digital is actually kind of against, like the force against the film tradition exhibition. What is, in your opinion, the relationship between the digital platform and the theatrical release, at least, or the strategy that you guys work on it in movie studio?
Yeah. For us in movie studios, the digital platforms is a very important part of any investment decision we make. We can see the demand for the content on platforms and in cinema. So it really helps with our investment decisions, knowing that we have a secondary stream of revenue after the theatrical. And, with us, we're very focused on all of our productions, that when we're making Saudi content, we're making things for the Saudi audience. We're not trying to make films for a global audience as a primary focus. We see that as a secondary possibility, but we want to make sure all the local productions we're doing is focused on the local audience. And this will be the type of films that we think will actually resonate and be the success in the future, similar to what we've seen in South Korea with Parasite. It was made for a local audience, and it really had global insights throughout that really resonated. Whereas we're seeing others trying to make local films that will travel to the rest of the world, and it loses both markets. So our primary focus is on the local, and this is where we think, you know, it will have the success in cinemas, and then it will continue to play. And sometimes we'll have titles which may not have the initial success we hope in cinema, whereas sometimes this will be something that when it goes into a platform, it will have a wider audience, and it'll actually lead to us doing a sequel or sort of looking at what the success has been. So we've seen a lot of things over the time with Hollywood titles where they never made the success in theatres, but then they became a cult classic, and then it was a remake of that film, and that led to a huge box office success. So I think both are really complementary, and it's an important part of our production cycle.
Sebastian, I want to pick your brain because you work more like in financing film, independent film, and is there a difference between in financing between the two kind, let's say, two kind of film? The financing, I know you mainly work on theatrical release, but in terms of the financing a film and make it happen, would it make a difference if it's platform film or a theatrical release film in terms of raising money?
Yeah, it makes a big difference. We don't know how to finance a film if it's platform, because it's going to be a handful of buyers, the exploitation will be limited, and it's not very exciting. So we really focus once again on the theatrical window. And there are films, I mean, what you said, Isham, is right, is that it's a question of supply. There are not enough good films. If you have good films, you have the audience. If it's worth going out for the film, obviously. And it's interesting, if you look at the box office in between June and July this year, in the world, outside China, this is 15% above the pre-COVID area on a monthly basis.
Oh, wow.
First time since 2019. So it's going back, and it's going back more and more. And I think in markets that are growing faster, like yours, it's very exciting. So that's what we have to focus on. Because if there is a theatrical window, then behind, as you say, there is a pay TV and all of that, and that makes all those windows way more valuable. But without a theatrical window, the content is lost in a sea of content, of film and TV on this platform, and so many filmmakers, producers, directors, actors are frustrated to be there because they don't stand out. So I think I'm very, very optimistic about the theatrical window. If you just have to focus on what is a theatrical film, the audience is there.
Did you find it, did it change raising money when you have a digital film? Is it harder now to raise money for theatrical release than what it used to be?
Yes, it's definitely harder because we're in a transition. So 15 years ago it was DVD, so great, and then the streaming was huge, and then now it's collapsed. But it's a transition. The theatrical window will be shorter, but maybe now there is also more AVOD. The AVOD window is really interesting. So there is no doubt that everyone suffered after the inflation, the strikes, this and that. But now we are at the beginning of a growth cycle, I believe, where a lot of adjustments have been made. And in film, we are really blessed to have a network in the world of distributors, like Front Row, for example, in the Middle East. But in every country, you have very powerful gatekeepers, distributors that can put the film in different windows, theaters, and this and that. In TV, you don't have that. In TV, you're really stuck talking to a handful of buyers. And so I think film actually is very differentiated today, and it has a great future.
I hope so. هشام، يأخذني هذا الموضوع إلى سؤال ممكن يتعلق أكثر بصانعين الأفلام. دائما صانعين الافلام ممكن بينهم انه في صناعه الفيلم دائما يحط لك انه انا هذا بسويه حق الديجيتال بلاتفورم حسويه بطريقه معينه، ولا هذا ثياتريكال ريليس حسويه بطريقه معينه. هل هذا يعني حوار له اي معنى ولا بوجهه نظرك؟
انا اعتقد بانه لغايه هذه اللحظه لم نصل الى هذا النوع من الوعي، والراجع الى الخبره. نعم هناك مثل ما تفضل سبستيان ان هناك فرق كبير حتى في يعني الميزانيه وفي القصه وغيرها. البعض لا يعني لا انا ما اقول ان في جهل، لكن في قله معلومات في هذه النقطه او قله خبره في هذه النقطه عند الفيلم ميكرز العرب او صناع الافلام العرب. وهذا مش غلط، لان احنا لسه حديثين، يعني مهما وصلنا من تاريخ لا ما زلنا حديثين في هذه النقطه مقارنه مع السينمات العالميه او الانتاج العالمي. لكن هناك افلام او هناك مشاريع تصلح للناحيتين، في المنصات وفي السينمات. المنصات لها متطلبات نعيها الان، وهي انهم مثلا بالنسبه للافلام يجب ان لا يزيد مثلا عن ساعه ونص مثلا. هو ما يهمه، لكن يود ان يكون عنده مكتبه كبيره، فود ان يكون المشاهد كثر ما يقدر انه السبسكريبشن ماله انه يقدر انه يستثمر في انه يشوف اكبر مشاهدات، فالساعه ونص هذه مناسبه بالنسبه له. لكن بالسينما مثلا انا عندي من ساعه ونص الى ساعتين ما عندي مشكله مثلا. بالمسلسلات هو يهمه الان لا عطني 8 حلقات او 6 حلقات كافي شكرا، ولا لا تزيد عن 20 الى 30 دقيقه ومرات 10 دقائق كمان موافقين. فالبلاتفورمز يعطيك اكثر حريه في انك انت تختار ما تريد ان تنتجه. لكن بالسينما لا، هناك حدود، انت لا تستطيع ان تبيع تذكره في السينما واللي فيلم 50 دقيقه او 40 دقيقه اثكلي ما تقدر، لان قيمه التذكره ايضا يعني هذا. لكن بنفس الوقت هناك هناك متطلبات للمنصات تعطي حريه اكثر للصناع، لكن المشكله وينها؟ المشكله كيف ان تصل الى هذه المنصات، ان تبيع المنتج الذي انتجته.
Aidan, since you movie is one of the biggest player on the theatrical market in Saudi. We see around the world a lot of countries around the world. It's actually kind of the ticket buying is declining, and about that's something happening for the last few years. And opposite, surprisingly, in Saudi, the equation is different. The percentage is different. Why do you think that? I know it's a newer thing in Saudi. I don't think that's the only thing that we have. There is something unique about this market that everywhere on earth is actually declining the market except us. Why do you think? You're one of the biggest player in the market.
So I think, firstly, if we look at the rest of the world, I think Hisham and Sebastian have touched on this already. A lot of it is to do with the content, and the last 4 or 5 years has not been normal for the industry. We've come out of the pandemic. During the pandemic, all production stopped, and then we also saw the studios experimenting with their own platforms at that time. So that had an impact on the type of content which was being produced. And then we have last year the 7 months of the actors and writers strike. So when we look at 2024 as a release window, the first 5 months was empty of any type of blockbuster content. So, the last 4 years you haven't had a full 12-month window of releases. So I think when we say the rest of the world is on decline, it is a result of content, because people want to come and see good quality films, because they want to, if they're going to invest to come out of their house, they need to see the quality. I think this is where the next 2 to 3 years will get back to the normal in terms of tentpole releases, the number of wide releases we see every year. Now, when we look at why Saudi hasn't seen the decline in admissions as other markets, I think a lot of that is to do with local content. And I think this is really where the growth in the years ahead is going to come. We see the box office results, and we've tried to look at what the expectations of a film in Hollywood will be and how can that translate to the Saudi market. There's no formula. The biggest film of all time is Bad Boys 4.
Yeah.
And it has eclipsed everything by far. When we look at where that is in the Hollywood or US box office, it's number 9 for the year. Here it is 3 times higher than the next highest Hollywood film. In the top 10 this year, we have 5 Arabic films between Egyptian and Hollywood. Egyptian and Saudi content. And it continues to grow, and I'm very adamant that Arabic will be more than 50% of the box office in Saudi in the years ahead. That's going to be the growth in the Saudi market, why it will continue to grow. And Hollywood will become a bigger pie than what it is today, but it's going to be the local content that eclipses it, because we know Hollywood has still got, it's 60 to 70% of the type of wide releases in the past few years than what it usually is pre-COVID. That's coming back. Hollywood is not going away, but it's really the local content which is going to be the biggest driver, and I think it's going to be Saudi which will outgrow Egyptian content when we look at the box office in the years ahead in this market.
I hope so. That's good news for us. Sebastian, in a global view of the future of the theatrical release, your film is actually distributed worldwide around the world. Do you share the same optimistic view with
Totally. Yeah,
Okay.
it was a very unlucky moment for the industry in the last 4 years. And despite that, actually, still there. And it found ways to adapt, etc. So, and now the numbers are really there now, like literally as we speak. In a lot of territories, there are successes like we've never seen before, back to 19, at the very least. So the theatrical window will be shorter. There is more competition in general to being a theatrical film. But if you manage to exist, even for 17 days, the value it unlocks after that is incomparable to anything on streaming.
هشام يعطيك العافيه. سؤال يردني برضو على المشاهد، سواء في الديجيتال بلاتفورم او في الثياتريكال، يبحث، ذكرت انواع معينه، خلينا نقول يعني جانرا مختلفه من الافلام. أنا بتكلم على مناسبة واللي ذكره أيضا اللي هو نشاهد في شباك التذاكر السعودي المحتوى المحلي له حظوظ كبيرة جدا. على مستوى معرفتك في الخليج بشكل عام، وإذا نتكلم على الكويت بشكل خاص، هل المشاهد في دول الخليج البقية وفي الكويت بشكل خاص يبحث على ما يمثله، خلينا نقول على شيء يشبهه؟ هل الأفلام الخليجية أو السعودية لها تلقي كبير؟ هل أفلامنا تطلع إلى الخليج وتشابههم؟ عندنا حظوظ في شباك التذاكر الخليجي؟
يعني سؤال جدا مهم. أنا أعتقد أن كان عندي، لو سألني هذا السؤال قبل سنة كان جوابي راح يكون مختلف. الآن عندي جواب آخر بالنسبة إلى كنت دائما أقول أن مثلا الفيلم الكويتي، خلينا نتكلم أن حدوده ضيقة في أنه لا يستطيع أن يخرج برا حد الخليج بأقصى حد، يعني بحكم عامل اللهجة قد يكون. لما جل المنتج السعودي وصل لنا أو الخليج بشكل عام، لم يلاقي ذاك النجاح اللي كنا نتمناه. هذا لما قلت لك هذا كان رأيي السنة اللي فاتت. خلال سنة، وهذا لله الحمد، يجب أن يعني يعي الأخوة في المملكة أن التطور السريع اللي حصل خلال 12 شهر، خلينا نتكلم، وحثبت لك لماذا 12 شهر، هي ليست مجاملة لكن واقع، وهذا ما نتمنى أيضا عندنا حتى في الكويت أن يحدث نفس العدو. لا شك أن هناك في ظروف معينة أدت إلى نجاح أن يتخطى الفيلم السعودي الحدود السعودية، أن ينجح في خارج الحدود السعودية. نتكلم في تجربتنا في الكويت تحديدا. في الكويت تحديدا ما كان في أفلام خلال فترة 3 سنوات أو 4 سنوات الماضية، أو منذ بداية السماح بالعرض السينمائي في السعودية، مع العلم بأن الإنتاج الأفلام السينمائية كانت موجودة حتى في ظل عدم وجود سينمات. لكن ما كان هذا الشيء يعني كنا نتمنى انه ينجح، لكن ما حسينا في اثره الى منتصف 23 والى الان. بعض الافلام السعوديه كسرت حاجز يعني في نجاحها حاجز الافلام الكبيره العربيه والامريكيه مؤخرا، وكان مصدر يعني سعاده بالنسبه لنا، لكن هذا ما نتمناه، لان نريد ان يعني نضفي اضافه جديده داخل سينماتنا، ليس فقط يكون فيه افلام امريكيه او عربيه مصريه او هنديه، لا كنا نتمنى ايضا ان يكون في خليجيه. عندنا مشكله في الانتاج الكويتي ومعروفه اسبابها في ظل عدم وجود الدعم الحقيقي الحكومي في هذا الشان. عكسه بالضبط ما هو موجود في المملكه. المملكه عندها في رؤيتها كان اول او من ضمنها من اهم اهميته والاهتمام في يعني صناعه السينما وفي تطويرها. وفي اليوم كنا في محاضره ويعني اللي قبلنا بشويه كانت يعني يتكلمون او الاخوه في هيئه الافلام ووزاره الثقافه يتكلمون عن عدد الصناديق اللي كانت موجوده لدعم صناع الفيلم السعودي، ناهيك عن الاكاديميات، ناهيك عن الجو العام اللي تم تهيئته لانه يكون في قبول لهذه الصناعه. وانا هنا احط 60 خط تحت كلمه صناعه، بحيث ان الموضوع الناس قد تعتقد بان نتكلم عن سينما كفن او كثقافه، لا، هي صناعه ولا اقصد فيها هنا اقتصاد. مصر قبل اكثر من 100 عام عندها بدات صناعه السينما، عندهم غرفه تجاريه السينما، غرفه صناعه السينما. هذه ليش كان عندهم هذه الغرفه؟ لتنظيم هذه الحاله الاقتصاديه، حال كل غرف الصناعيه الاقتصاديه الاخرى. وهذا انا اتمنى او انا اتوقع ان يعني راح اشوفه قريبا في السعوديه، في ظل ما نراه من وفره في الانتاج سواء السينمائي او حتى الدرامي اللي هو التلفزيون وغيره. الان السعوديه نجحت في خلال 12 شهر انها تتخطى حدودها او انها تخترق حدودنا. بكل حب الجمهور الخليجي بدأ يتقبل هذا الشيء او يتقبل هذه النوعيه من الافلام. نتمنى ان يكون في نجاح اكبر. الافلام الكويتيه لا زالت تعاني انها لم تصل بعد ان تتخطى حدودها بشكل يعني المطلوب، لكن ان شاء الله نتمنى يعني بالتعاون مع الدول مجلس التعاون كلها ان شاء الله ان يكون لنا هذه الحظوه. شكرا.
متمنين وبالعكس يعني نتطلع لمشاهده افلام كويتيه عندنا في السينمات ان شاء الله. الله كريم ان شاء الله. You only have 5 minutes to wrap, so I'm going to ask my final question. That's going to be an open question for you guys. Then we're going to have the attendants if they have any question. As a filmmaker, and we're surrounded by a lot of filmmaker, inspiring and very amazing filmmaker. This debate is going between filmmakers a lot, between making a film for theater and for digital platform. We touched base about this, then it has to be good film, regardless what it is it for theater or for digital platform. What do you advise a young filmmakers that want to break into this? Because sometimes they only see two paths. It's even this or that. Even I go theatrical or I go digital. Do you think in the future we're going to have something different than viewing in theatrical and digital platform? What is your thought about the future and where are we going with this exhibition of the movies?
I think it's the first thing for young filmmakers and people in the industry wanting to create content is focus on home first. Focus on the Saudi market. Do not try to run before we walk. You know, we will have the breakout hits that will go global, but first we need to focus on home and focus on films for Saudis. And this is where the creativity will come to be able to then take the next steps for the global audience. But do not try to run before you walk. And secondly, I think across the platforms, there's room for both, and I think it will continue to help the industry that, you know, we are, as movie studios, we are focused on commercial titles today to create the industry, and that will open up the doors for a lot more of the art house, independent type films to be able to come in the future. But it's important to create the industry first before we try to go too wide what has taken the rest of the world hundreds of years to create. So I think it's really, let's focus on the amazing local stories that are there to be told, and then build upon that in the years ahead.
Thank you very much. So Sebastian, the same question goes to you. Same question.
I think he's right, but I'm naturally biased towards the other side of the answer. So our business has always been about offering filmmakers a studio and a platform to make big films out of Europe. On the basis that if you are a great filmmaker, you don't have to go to the States and you don't have to work with streamers to make a $50 million, $100 million film. So I don't know your industry as much as I do in Europe, but it works really well because we have so many talents in Europe that don't want to travel, they want to stay home. I imagine the same will apply here also, especially with producers. You guys have so much to offer in terms of technology, location, talents on screen and off screen, that's why I'm here also, because I think we can produce film in this region that travel extremely well. So that's what I think is really exciting, because if you stay local, you are in competition with all the other local guys, right? So as a producer, I think it's really interesting to think global.
للمخرجين الجدد وصناع الافلام الجدد اللي يبحثون عن خلينا نقول فرص لهذا الشيء، دائما يقعون في سؤال المشكله انه انا ابغى اسوي فيلم للشباك ولا فيلم خلينا نقول ديجيتال بلاتفورم. ايش نصيحتك لهم ان تحل هذه المعضله الكبيره اللي عنده؟
انا حبيتك تسال مره ثانيه عشان ابي اوثق حاله معينه. أنا دائما طبعا بالكويت لما يجوني صناع الفيلم يطلبون إنه يلتقون فيني ويجون عندي في المكتب مثلا وناخذ نعطي بالكلام. فسؤالهم الأولاني إنه والله إحنا نفكر ننتج فيلم ونحتاج نصيحتك في نقطة معينة مثلا. فكنت أقول لهم دائما أي أحد يقابلني أقول له أول شيء قبل لا تدخل معي بتفاصيل خلينا ننصح نصيحة عشان لا تزعل مني بعدين. نصيحتي الأولى، رأس المال جبان، وانت ما عندك احد دعمك، هذه بفلوسك بالمال الحي. فانا انصحك، وهي نصيحه جشعه من منطق التجار، وهو ان انتج بما يحبه الناس ليس بما تحبه انت. بمعنى اعمل عمل بحيث ان الناس تريد ان تحضره فترجع راس مالك، فنكسب احنا منتج جديد، فتستطيع ان تفعل او ان تنتج فيلم اخر. لكن في حالة إن سويت أو أنتجت فيلم أنت تحبه والناس ما يحبونه، الناس لن تحضر وستخسر ونخسر نحن منتج. فعلى الأقل العمل الأول إلى أن يكون عندك خبرة تستطيع وقتها أنك يعني تشتغل من غير نصايح أحد، حاول على الأقل أنك تمسك هذه النصيحة بحيث أنك ترجع رأس مالك الذي أنت تعبت فيه أساساً في أنك تجمعه. النقطة الثانية، ركز على الكواليتي، ركز على الكواليتي. المشكلة أن لا يصير الإنتاج فقط من أجل الإنتاج، بالعكس نريد أن يكون في هناك قيمة بحيث أن الناس تثق فيك في المستقبل إذا عملت عملك الثاني والثالث. هذا أهم نقطتين أقدر أن أذكرهم.
نستقبل نختم قبل. شكرا جزيلا. Thank you very much everyone. لنا ناخذ بعض الأسئلة لو في من الجمهور حوالينا. Can't see anyone صراحة. Do we have any question? Any question? Any question? I don't have any. ماني شايف. طب تفضل. اللي عنده سؤال يتفضل.
Hello, I have a question. It's basically a two-part question. One, will we ever see the immersive experience taking place of the normal theater, or there is no interest in producers in the mean now to go to this? If no, why would be the reason? And the other thing would be around the metaverse or the virtual reality taking place of digital platforms later on. Would this be an interest for producers anytime soon, or no? Thank you.
That's an interesting question. Anybody care to respond? Please, go ahead. I'll go with you.
I'm not sure that there will be an immersive experience soon in cinema.
Okay.
I think the immersive experience is at home and with the metaverse, but if the question is in cinema, if there is an immersive experience, I don't see that anytime soon. I think as an object, it will remain like that. With the experience, the 3D experience, if you remember like 10 years ago.
Yeah, I remember that.
It was about the technology, but it was also about, I'm not sure that we go together with other people in a room to immerse ourselves into a different world. I think it's something else. It's a different form of entertainment.
On the immersive side, I think there's some technologies which are out there. So things like ScreenX, where it's a 270-degree view. So the film's not just in front of you, it's on the side walls. And then you've got your 4D cinemas where it's immersing with the smell, the scent, the movement. Beyond that, I think anything beyond that has to be at home, because it takes away from what cinema is the shared experience with others. So I think in terms of immersive, I think we've come a long way with these technologies. And I think the other sort of thing with the VR and everything will sit at home, but will not replace that experience, because I think with film, it is really a shared experience. That's what brings the magic of cinema.
I like it. It's sharing experience. That's a really a nice definition of cinema. A sharing experience. That's the best, one of the best definition of cinema. Do we have عندنا سؤال آخر? لو في أحد أشعري. If there is no question, okay. I think there is no question. Okay. No man. Okay. We're exactly right on time, guys. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it, guys. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
شكرا جزيلا لكم على الحضور. شكرا جزيلا. Thank you, everyone.
حضورنا الكرام، استراحة ل10 دقائق ونعود لحفل الختام.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. مساء الخير، مساء الختام الذي يأتي بعد الإنجاز والتألق. أهلا وسهلا بكم أيها الحضور الكريم في حفل ختام منتدى الأفلام السعودي 2024. لقد عشنا معا على مدى اليومين الماضيين أوقاتا مليئة بالإبداع على كافة الأصعدة. هنا في هذا المحفل السينمائي التقى صناع الأفلام من أكثر من 20 دولة ليخطوا فصولا جديدة في رواية السينما السعودية ويضيفوا صفحات مشرقة لرحلة لم تكتمل بعد. كان هذا المنتدى نافذة مشرعة على العالم ليرسم مستقبلا واعدا لصناعة الأفلام في المملكة، حيث امتزجت الأفكار وتلاقت الرؤى وصنعت الذكريات على مسرح الحياة السينمائية. دعونا أن نبدأ هذه الأمسية بوقفة مع العرض المرئي الختامي للمنتدى الذي يجسد لحظات جمعت بين الإبداع والشغف ووثقت أبرز المحطات ونجاحات التي تحققت خلال الأيام الماضية. نشاهد.
يسعدني ألتقي بكم اليوم في النسخة الثانية من منتدى الأفلام السعودي الذي يعد خطوة مهمة لتعزيز المحتوى الإبداعي وتطوير البنية التحتية لصناعة الأفلام من الإنتاج إلى العرض والتوزيع.
لحظات فيها كثير من الإبداع والشغف. يتفضل الآن سعادة الأستاذ مشاري الخياط المشرف العام على منتدى الأفلام السعودي لإلقاء كلمته في ختام هذا الحدث الاستثنائي.
أصحاب السعادة، الحضور الكريم، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. نختتم اليوم رحلتنا في الدورة الثانية من المنتدى الأفلام السعودي، حيث عشنا يومين استثنائيين من الإبداع والحوار، اجتمع فيهما كل عاشق للسينما وحمل كل مبدع رؤاه وأفكاره ليزرع فيها بذوراً من أمل يتبعها عمل. لقد كان هذا المنتدى أشبه بسيناريو سينمائي، كل مشهد يحمل رسالة وكل كلمة تروي حكاية جديدة عن طموحات السينما السعودية. خلال هذا المنتدى تشرفنا باستضافة أكثر من 65 متحدثاً واحتضان 15 ورشة عمل، وعقد 30 جلسة حوارية خلال هذا المنتدى جمعت بين صناع السينما والمبدعين من 22 دولة، منها كوستاريكا، الهند، أمريكا، الصين، اليابان وألمانيا. كما ضم المعرض المصاحب أكثر من 127 جهات مشاركة، بما في ذلك شركات بارزة في القطاع. وشهد هذا المنتدى مشاركة أكثر من 30 شركة إنتاج محلية وأجنبية، إضافة إلى 16 جهة حكومية. كما نثمن دعم الجهات الراعية والشريكة، حيث كان لها دور حيوي في نجاح هذه الدورة، وجعل هذا المنتدى منبراً للإبداع ومهداً لطموحات السينما. أيها السيدات والسادة، تذكروا دائماً أن منتدى الأفلام السعودي لا ينتهي اليوم، بل يبدأ من جديد، يحمل معه أحلاماً تتجدد وطموحات تكتمل وقصصاً تنتظر من يرويها. في الختام لا يسعني إلا التقدم بخالص الشكر والامتنان لكل من أسهم في نجاح الدورة الثانية من منتدى الأفلام السعودي، كما أوجه شكرا خاصا للرعاة الكرام الذين دعموا هذا الحدث، للمنظمين الذين بذلوا جهدا كبيرا في تنظيم الفعالية، ولجميع المشاركين الذين أضافوا لمساتهم الإبداعية وشاركوا بأفكارهم وأعمالهم. إن هذا اللقاء ليس سوى بداية لفصل جديد نحط فيه معا مستقبلا يشرق فيه إبداعنا وتتجلى فيه قصصنا التي لا تنتهي. أشكركم على مشاركتكم ودعمكم، وتطلع إلى لقاءات أخرى تجمعنا بالإبداع والتميز. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
شكرا للأستاذ مشاري الخياط المشرف العام على منتدى الأفلام السعودي. الحضور الكريم، نصل الآن إلى لحظة التكريم والتي نعبر من خلالها عن تقديرنا لكل من أسهم في إنجاح منتدى الأفلام السعودي 2024. شكرا للرعاة الذين كان لدعمهم الأثر الكبير في تحقيق هذه النجاحات العظيمة، ولهم نهدي هذا التكريم. بسم الله نبدأ. الهيئة العامة للترفيه، ويتفضل الأستاذ أحمد إبراهيم الصهيل. شكرا للهيئة العامة للترفيه. شكرا للأستاذ أحمد إبراهيم الصهيل. نكرم الآن فيلم العلا، يتفضل الأستاذ زيد شاكر. شكرا جزيلا لفيلم العلا. والآن نكرم مجموعة MBC، يتفضل الأستاذ بسام البريكان. شكرا لمجموعة MBC. نكرم الآن موفي سينما، يتفضل الأستاذ محمود مرزا. شكرا لموفي سينما. والآن نكرم شركة اليوم، يتفضل الأستاذ مايكل لينش. نشكر شركة اليوم. Thank you, Mr. Michael Lynch. والآن نكرم شركة Ad Dimensions، يتفضل الأستاذ سامي جميل. Dimensions. ونكرم الآن تطبيق توكلنا، يتفضل الأستاذ محمد فايز أبو شرخ. شكرا لتطبيق توكلنا. والآن نكرم شركة يوتيرن، يتفضل الأستاذ قسورة الخطيب. شكرا لشركة يوتيرن. نكرم الآن هيئة الهلال الأحمر السعودي، يتفضل الأستاذ حمد بن إبراهيم الحزيمي. شكرا لهيئة الهلال الأحمر السعودي على كل المجهودات المبذولة. نكرم الآن شركة سلام للاتصالات وشركة إيزي لينك. يتفضل الأستاذ محمد العبيد. شكرا لشركة سلام للاتصالات وشركة إيزي لينك. نكرم الآن شركة تراست. يتفضل أو تتفضل الأستاذة ندى السبيعي. شكرا لشركة تراست. شكر خاص للأستاذ مشاري الخياط المشرف العام على منتدى الأفلام السعودي. يستحق هذه التحية. وبعد هذا التكريم المستحق حضورنا الكريم نتقدم بخالص الشكر والتقدير لهيئة الأفلام على الجهود الكبيرة التي بذلت وعلى العمل الدؤوب الذي استمر طوال عام كامل من أجل الإعداد لهذه النسخة المتميزة. نبارك لكم جميعا حصاد هذا العمل المثمر الذي نجني ثماره اليوم. شكرا لكل من حضر ولكل من أضاف بصمته برعايته أو مشاركته أو حضوره. نودعكم اليوم ونحن نحتفل بهذا النجاح ونترككم مع وعد بلقاءات قادمة بإذن الله يجمعنا فيها الإبداع والتألق. شكرا لكم وشكرا لحضوركم الكريم. مع السلامة.